hello, and good evening. Welcome to another live with Hanifa Nayela. I am Hanifa Nayela, and today we have an interesting conversation for you guys. As you can see, I brought along some friends today to have this conversation with. Um, it's no different. We're just going to have the conversation respectfully as usual because we do not allow disrespect over here. And so before I do anything else, I want to make sure that I do some housekeeping. So, first of all, if this is your first time here, because I know when I bring guests, they bring their company with them. If this is your first time here and you have not subscribed to the channel, don't be rude. Go back out, wipe your feet, hit the subscription button and come on back in and join us. Okay. Share if you feel like it's a conversation that you want other people in your circle to be aware of that is taking place. If you feel like following me on Instagram, it's totally up to you. My Instagram handle is at the real Hanifa Nayela. You can come. I can't promise you that it's popping over there, but you can follow me over there. And usually people ask about donations. If you are feeling generous, no pressure. My cash app is $Hanifa Nayela. Feel free to drop some coins whenever if the Lord lays it on your heart to do so. Thank you ahead of time. And I just want to put this warning out. This information may be triggering. Please view at your discretion. I'm going to read that one more time. Warning, this information may be triggering. Please view at your discretion. Okay? I know race is a touchy topic, so I want to make sure that I put that out there. I know we are waiting for one more person to come through. So while we wait, we're going to do what we do over here, and we are going to acknowledge our chat members, right? People who are in the chat, our supporters. Novarin, yes, sis, you at the front of the line. Thanks for coming through. Thank you for showing your support. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. We see Inya. Inya sends some roses. That I'm assuming that's for everyone on the panel. Thank you, Inya. Thank you for your consistent support. I appreciate you so much. Let me see who else we have here. Juana, I think Juana should be joining us. She says, peace, peace, Hanifa, and to the chat. Want to make sure we say peace and blessings to you as well. Juana, hit that link anytime and come on up. We see we have Harmony. Hey, Harmony. Oh. Hey, Harmony. Thanks for passing through, sis, and showing some love. We got the moderator of the moderators in these YouTube streets, Big Bad Bull. He says, "Hey, where's my partner at? I'm right here. I was jamming too. You just couldn't see it." And we have sis Ene. Ene says, "Hey, at Hanifa Nayela. Hey to you, Ene. Thank you for always showing your support and passing through and giving us some love. Let me make sure I don't miss anyone. I think we have here two chopsticks. Hey, two chopsticks. Thanks for passing through and showing us some love and support over here. Let me see who else we have. We have my good sis, Maat Speaks. She says, peace, sis. Peace to the panel and to the chat. Peace to you, sis. Reciprocity. And who else we have? Red Lipstick Vibes is in the house. She says, good evening. Thanks for being here, sis, and passing through and showing us some love and support. And we have Bree, Kawaii Bree. Hey, Kawaii Bree. She says, hey to everyone on the panel. And let me see. Anyone else? Oh, Mr. DeWitt. Hey, Mr. DeWitt. She says, peace at Hanifa Nayela, at Arshan, and everyone on the panel. Just showing some love. I am enjoying the energy. Thank you guys for bringing all the good, positive energy. We need it. We need it in our daily lives. So let's get into it. Today we talk race as a social construct. And a part of the reason why I wanted to have this conversation, I've been wanting to have this conversation for a while, but a part of what drove me to have it today is I've been having a few conversations around race on my channel. And there is usually, some people may come in and say, well, if it's a social construct, why pay attention to it? I've also wrestled with the idea around what that means for me. If I view race as a social construct, what does that mean for my Black identity? And so I definitely wanted to have the conversation the way that I'm going to have this conversation today, I am going to try to stay out of it as much as possible and allow the conversation to evolve organically. I'm interested to hear everyone's thoughts. And let me make sure that I cover everything. Okay. So we went over the rules again. Oh, so the rules are very simple today. Here they are. The rules for today, number one, no disrespect will be tolerated. We do not do. I have control of the mute button. I will mute you if I find that you're being this. I will mute the mess out of you. If you even think about disrespecting each other, black man and black woman on this panel, because that is not what we do. Number two, please allow the person to complete their thought before responding. You can put yourself on mute while someone is speaking if that's going to help. But definitely allow people to land their planes before responding. And for the people who are flying the plane, consider the people who are waiting for you to land. Okay? Be considerate of how long you're talking. We all know when we're talking too damn much. Like right now, I'm spending too much time on number two. Number three is address the talking point, not the person. We do not personalize conversations over here. If it's something that bothers you about what they said, you can address them. We all have our names at the bottom of these little square boxes, okay? And then you're not going to see it now, but once I come off of this, you'll see the names. And number four, ask follow-up questions respectfully. So if there's something that maybe Ashan said, but then Alkama went, and then Edward, it gets to you, you can go back and say, I had a question for Ashan about something he said. And we can still, I'm going to still try to move the conversation forward, but I will allow that dialogue to take place. Okay. So that's pretty much it. My rules are very simple. I think everyone that I've chosen to come and have this conversation, I really don't necessarily think that you guys needed those rules. You guys are very respectful people and you love black people. So, I just wanted to make sure I put that up there. I also want to say to the chat that if you want to address someone on the panel, you have a question specifically for someone on the panel, please at them. Just say at Alkama, at Arshan, at Edward, and put your question so that when I'm going through the comments, I can actually, when I hit on your question, the person knows that the question is specifically to them. Okay? All right, rules, and that's finished. We're finished with the rules. Now let's get into this conversation. All right, the first thing I am going to ask each one on the panel is, do you accept that race is a social construct? It's just a yes or no. If you want to expound on it, feel free. But do you accept that race is a social construct? Arshan, you can go ahead.
I do.
Okay, simple. Alkama,
Yes, I do.
Edward.
I can't answer with a simple yes or no.
No, I say you can expound.
Oh, on one hand, I do believe it's a social construct based upon my study of how race is used and manipulated, right? That's one hand. But as a student of history, in ancient times, we refer to ourselves and identified ourselves by race. So I'm kind of in the middle on that.
Okay, I'm going to let you expound on that a little bit later on too. The ancient piece as well. Okay, go ahead, Ed. Yes, go ahead.
Kemet means land of the blacks, and the people in Kemet refer to themselves as black. Kush, black. Sudan, black. This isn't some colonial term. These are indigenous terms. So I'm aware, I'm cognizant of that history. So because I know that they use race to manipulate and control people, I'm not going to ignore the history. So it's like I'm in the middle. If that makes any sense.
It does. All right. So
can I just say something real quick, honey?
Sure, Alkama.
I just wanted to kind of give the brief definition of a social construct.
I have it right here, but go ahead.
Okay. Then you on it.
Yeah, no. I was coming with that because I want to make sure we started off with the what the definition of it. So it's in simple terms, it's an idea that has been created and accepted by a people in society. That's one. Okay. Two, social constructs are concepts that generate their meaning through social and cultural worldviews. Okay, and then I wanted to add this in that any shared knowledge or system that is not explainable by hard science can be described as a social construct. So literally, the society, and we can get into that because I know you're all about to hit it. Okay, who gets to determine an idea that has been created? It doesn't have to just be created. It also has to be accepted in order for it to be considered a social construct, right? That's what I zoomed in on. I just wanted to put that basic definition, but Alkema, if you wanted to add to it, please feel free.
Nope, I didn't. That was the same definition I had. So
Okay. Okay. All right. So let me get my little questions for y'all right now. But we gonna get into this. So the topic today is race as a social construct. And what does that, if race is a social construct, which we all agree to a certain extent. Oh, I don't see you, Juana. Oh, my apologies, Juana. There you are. Why aren't you coming up? 1 minute, guys. She's here, but what's happening is that I'm not able to add her because 1 minute. Okay, let me X this out. There you are. There she is. Okay. Hey, Joanna.
Peace, peace. Can you all hear me?
Yes,
Absolutely.
we can all hear you. Welcome to the panel, Joanna. Um, we had when we're just getting started. We went around and asked if everyone sees race as a social construct. Do you want to answer that? And if you wanted to expound on that answer, you can do that as well, briefly.
Absolutely.
Sure.
The concept of race is a social construct created by the Europeans that we have consistently adhered to. We don't have to, but we've gotten wrapped up into this and believing that we are actually Black people, which is why I always say, you've heard me say this, so-called, or Sean has asked me about this last year. He asked me, why do you say so-called? It's because it's a myth. It's a figment of the Europeans' imagination of who they want us to be. It doesn't exist in nature. The gentleman on the panel, I forget his name. I can't read even though I have my glasses on.
His name is Brother Edward.
Brother Edward said that historically, ancient Africans characterize themselves by race. That is not true. They characterize themselves by their culture, their tribes, their nation. And people come from nations. They don't come from words. They come from their mothers and their fathers. So yes, the concept of Black and white are both social constructs.
Okay, thank you, Joanna. All right. So if race is a social construct in that sense, and the majority of the society that you find yourself in, or let's say I would say the matrix, you find yourself in a society that predominantly still adheres to or subscribe to that way of thinking as specifically the dominant society here. Okay, still adheres to even as a social construct, they still see you as inferior. They label you as a specific race, and then everything that comes with that label, it's projected onto you. How does your knowledge of race being a social construct help you navigate that? And we could start with Edward. I'm gonna start from the bottom and coming up.
Ask the question again.
Okay. I said, even if you accept, because I know, Edward, you were half and half here. So the half of you that understands that race is a social construct, right? How does that knowledge help you navigate a society where where you are treated badly or as an inferior based on that construct? So even though you could believe, you could walk around and say it's a racial, a social construct. If everyone else around you buys into it, how do you navigate that?
I don't. I accept that because in some instances, the social construct is not a bad thing.
Mm.
When you call me black, I'm honored. When you call me black, I'm the first human being to ever walk the earth.
Mm.
So it's a stigma that comes with it. The police gonna bother me when I walk in the store. They gonna think I'm stealing all of that. I accept that. That comes from racism. But outside of the racism, if we remove the social, I would prefer to be called black. I'm dying with it. Based on 49 years, out of 49 years, 30 of those 49 years have been consciously studying my history.
Mm-hmm.
And so in 30 years of study, now I'm open to some more study, but in 30 years of study, I'm comfortable with the notion I'm a black man.
Okay. Juana, you can answer next, and then I'll come on, then Ashan.
So the question I think is, how do I navigate in the world knowing that race is a social construct?
No, your knowledge of race being a social construct, right? How do you navigate a world that have bought in to what you would consider the illusion of race? How do you navigate that world? Because even if you say I'm not necessarily black, right? It doesn't change. I mean, it doesn't change how someone who buys into the social construct treats you or engages with you. So how do you navigate that?
Great. Well, when I was a child, my mother had a conversation with me. My father did too as a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
And it went something like this. I'm just paraphrasing that what someone thinks of you is none of your business. What someone calls you that you know inside of you is not true is not your concern. What is your concern is to be who you are and treat yourself with respect. And no matter, and that was a great word that you used about what people project onto you,
Mm-hmm.
because it's important to understand that it is a projection. It is how they feel negatively about themselves inside them. It doesn't have to be true. You don't have to take ownership of it. You don't have to go along with it in your psyche or in your emotional spirit. Because we are, first of all, before this social construct, we are spirit. I'm not my body. I have a body, just like I'm not my vehicle. I have a vehicle. I am not my mind. I have a mind. I am an observer of these things, outside of these things, understanding that these projections are illusions. And once I accept them, once I drink the Kool-Aid, once I eat the poison, then yes, I will be infected. So I navigate my world with understanding that all of these things are just illusions, that I can pick and choose how to navigate them. If someone, not that this has ever really happened to me face to face, but if someone called me a derogatory word or the N word or something like that, well, it has happened to me, but it wasn't direct. It was I was walking my dogs in the park, and some young guys were driving by, and they said N word. Now, there's always a way that you can handle that kind of situation, and the powerful thing is that you get to choose, and you don't have to choose to take it in. See, that's my belief. It's about how you respond, not how you react. And how I chose to respond in that instance was Well, that's interesting. Remember, I'm the observer. This is not who I am. I am spirit. So I'm observing the situation of a person walking down the street in the park with their dogs, and a group of young people yell out a word. It doesn't have to mean anything to me. I
Okay.
don't have to accept that. Does that make sense?
I understand you very clearly. I do. And thank you, Joanna, because I have some questions from the chat, but I'm going to go ahead and allow everyone to respond to what I asked, and then I'm going to go to the questions in the chat very quickly. Alkama, your turn.
Yes, and actually, that question, Hanifa, was extremely thought provoking. You know, I really had to sit and really um, mull over it for a minute. I think it's very solution oriented. It's a solution oriented question. So thank you for it. I think the initial thought that comes to mind for me is how, you know, how do we navigate this society knowing that race is a social construct and we're in it, knee deep in it. I think for me, and I think it'll be different for everybody. Everybody has their own unique way of handling the situation. But I think for me, the most impactful thing that we can do, in my opinion, is to educate those who do not know that this is it's a social construct and what comes along with that and how it was invented and why it was created. And I think when we begin to educate others about these things, then we are more armed, we're better armed to push back against it. So it's a scenario where if you don't know, you're walking through life, you don't even realize, you're just reacting to what all the landmines that you're walking through, or the bullets that's flying past your head, and you're just reacting to it, but you don't know where these bullets are coming from and who dug these landmines and put them there. If you don't have the foundational understanding of how we find ourselves in this predicament, then it's a real tough battle to get out of it. So for me, I think the education part is the best way to navigate this system.
Right. So the only push, not pushback, but I'm going to follow up to what you just said, Alkama. So after you have the education, because the education thing is an individual thing. After you receive that education, after you say, well, this isn't real. This is a social construct, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the rest of the world doesn't see it that way. How does you as an individual navigate that world?
By tapping into my talents and skills and my God-given gifts and talents and skills, and moving on those despite, so if somebody tell me that I'm good for nothing, I'll never be nothing because of the color of my skin, and I'm less than, and I'm, but and just countering those attacks by moving on my God-given talents and skills, in which we all have.
I
If
guess,
that
and
makes
I'm
any
gonna
sense.
sorry, Alkama, were you saying something?
I said, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I guess what I'm hearing, and as I'm listening to everyone answer, I'm going to allow Ashan to go just now. I guess what I'm thinking to myself is I can think or I can accept that race is a social construct. But the people who hold the power, who use race as a tool to oppress and to hurt and to harm, right? Those people are the ones with the power. So me walking around like race is a social construct doesn't stop the police from racially profiling me. It doesn't stop realtors from discriminating against me. It doesn't stop that. So that's why I'm asking this particular question. Like, how do you navigate that? Because yes, you can know that, but when that police stop you and pull you over, because and we know, can we all agree that racial profiling is a real thing, right? I think we all
Yes,
can agree
okay.
that that's a real thing. That doesn't stop that. So then, because that doesn't stop that, you accepting or believing that, it doesn't stop it. Then how does that really, how does that help? You get what I'm saying? Go ahead, Alkema.
You can't stop it as an individual.
Okay.
You can't stop it as an individual. That's why the unity aspect is so vital. It's so vital to change, because you can do only but so much alone. But when we come together, we pack a powerful punch. And so all these things that are transpiring to us, we individually we won't be able to circumvent them. We have to do it as a unit. Like you had mentioned earlier, you said, when I had mentioned about the education part, and you said that's an individual thing. Yes, indeed. But we're here right now.
Yes.
This is an educational platform and part, and we're here as a collective, on here in the panel, those in the audience, so we can grasp the information as a group together and spread. So
okay, so I'm gonna let Ashan do, and I think Edward, did you have your little church finger up? Okay, I'm gonna circle back around. Ashan, go ahead. You can answer the question.
If I may, Hanifa, I'd like to address Miss Joanna Washington really quickly, because as she did mention, I did challenge her once about the so-called black thing. And I did say I wanted to openly apologize to her the same way I openly challenged her about that, now that I'm seeing things in a different light. So I wanted to say that first.
Thank you.
But so I apologize, Joanna Washington, because again, I did come up a little sarcastic and facetious, but I wanted to acknowledge that I did that, and I understand your point a little better now. But to the point in specific.
Apology accepted. I knew that you just misunderstood, and sometimes these platforms don't allow really us to expound. We're being reactionary. We all carry a lot of ego, but I am challenging myself every day to allow my ego to die, as scripture teaches me. Ego has no place in these conversations, and emotions have no place in these conversations. So thank you for that. That takes a lot. I take that as a sign of your greatness.
And to the point that she just made also, the emotionality is my response to your question. How does that help? Because a lot of the things that we're trying to navigate are internal battles. It's like she said, the ego. That's why I mentioned psychology a lot. It is the mind. It is the emotion. That's what, like, emotionally, like forgiveness is another thing. There are people outside of you that you cannot control how they behave, but you releasing your emotional tether to how they behave frees you to more clearly think. It allows you to more freely move. It releases a lot of the negative physiological aspects of stress that come into you because you're hanging on to how somebody else is behaving. If I go out every day worried about what the police might do, that's stress and anxiety that's going to take place in my body chemically. It's not going to just be a thought. It's going to actually cause stress. I can't even remember the name of the chemical now, but there's a stress hormone that's released. So that stuff does like tense you up. So, I mean, there are problems with carrying a mindset that sabotages you on a daily basis, repetitiously, day after day, week after week, year after year. You end up with like versions of what they say compound trauma. You can be shell shocked from the things that you go through. So there are problems with cortisol. Thank you, Nova. It is important that you release yourself to have an objective view, because then you can see how the manipulation works. You can use it to your advantage for yourself, because if somebody else can manipulate your mind, you can learn to manipulate and govern your mind as well, and also how to resist outside manipulation. So there are certain things that you actually can walk in your life better with. You can't control what they do, but also you can do like mental manipulation. Like you said, you get stopped by the cops. You can appear and speak differently than they would anticipate you speaking and disrupt their pattern of bias. Oh, maybe you're not who I thought you might have been, because they're expecting you to come off a certain way. The same way in business. I see your face. Even the same way when you talked about in the housing. There was the lady who was shorted $500,000, but then she put different things on the walls instead of her black family.
Mm.
and the appraisal shot up. You
Right.
can literally change the way you operate in the world to get different outcomes. And I'm not saying that's a one-to-one 100% of the time, but I'm saying it has happened. It does happen. That's a real being able to manipulate psychology. It would be accepting white supremacy to say that we can fall victim to manipulation, but they cannot. And I will never believe that there's somebody that's free from psychological manipulation. No
Okay,
bias, and we can't manipulate it.
so there's two things that I'm gonna let Edward go next. Ashan, so you used the example of the appraisal situation, which went viral, and see, this is my dilemma. Oftentimes, when we have certain conversations with Black people who are set and they really believe that respectability politics is going to resolve the issue, or we could behave ourselves out of this situation. So when you use the example of the appraisal, right away I'm just like, that is the fact that that person had to do that is wrong.
I have my church finger up when you get a chance.
Yes, okay, Joanna. Like the fact that the person would even have to do that so that they can get a better appraisal on their home is the problem. So why not address the problem versus trying to adjust to it or manipulate it? I like that's where that's the only part I heard you on everything else. But that
Yeah.
part I think just kind of triggered something in me. But go
I get
ahead.
you, but that's the thing. It triggers emotionally a way we feel about it
Mm-hmm.
because we don't want to have to deal with things that are unfair. But unfairness is a part of life. There are lots of things in life that are unfair that we accept. Like I know a lot of people that have couples. Well, the man will take the car to the shop because a lot of times he'll get a more favorable quote on the car servicing. Well, there might be a lot of upselling for the women because of their agreeable nature. They may accept a lot of services that are not necessary. It's not fair that he should have to take the car to the shop. It's not right that they would charge her more or try to upsell her more because she has a less knowledge. But it's something that we do and we work around it. We augment our look, we augment our speech, we augment our dress every time we're going to look for employment. Some of us change our names or modify them. So saying that no, we shouldn't have to work around systems is for me, that's like a trigger for me because we do it all the time.
Okay.
Like I mean, we're all augmented up here.
Okay.
Like people we're lighting or makeup or hair. Most of us, we augment all the time for different benefits or looks, or we're trying to dress down or we're trying to dress up. Everything is some form of manipulation, either for our own benefit or for our benefit in the world. And all of a sudden just having one stand out that I refuse to move here. I refuse to adapt in this place because it's not right. That's disingenuous a little bit.
Okay, and that's a fair enough argument. I'm gonna go ahead and go to Edward, then Joanna.
Yeah, first of all, Hanifa, I thank Allah for you for having me on this show. I'm going to be the bad guy, the villain. I'm anticipating it. As I'm listening, I'm going to be the one. I got to hold the line for the ancestors with this black piece. Because as I listen to you talk, I'm talking about everyone, as I listen to you, we can't become so sophisticated, so educated, so enlightened that we now just spirits. We're not even people no more, we're just spirits. We can't function like that in a world that has been built over the last 500 years that really exists. White supremacy as a doctrine really exists. And as I listened, my heart hurt because all I heard was the disregard for a Dr. John Henry Clark, the disregard for a Dr. Yusuf Ben Jacquin, a disregard for all of those who put the work in and labored and put their whole life on the line to educate us, to make us take pride in it, to love ourselves, to honor our ancestors, to all of a sudden become so sophisticated to make us like, that ain't nothing. That ain't even real. Now, in one sense, I get it and acknowledge, and I don't want to be long with it. I get it and acknowledge on one hand when I said I acknowledge the social construct, because when the white man came from Europe in America, they was the Italians didn't get along with the Poles and the Jews and the Greeks. So they put all of that down, and white became a construct to unify them, where they wasn't Poles anymore, they wasn't Swedish anymore. They just saw themselves as white as a unifying mechanism. And so in that sense, I understand and follow you, and I'm with you on that. But in the other sense, I'm black and I'm proud. Peace.
Wait, Edward, quick question, because that speaks to what Ashan just said about manipulation, right?
Right.
So they rallied or got together under that construct of whiteness, right?
Right.
So why is it wrong? And maybe Ashan, and I'm coming to you, Joanna, you're next. Then I'm just thinking out loud here. This isn't a real question, but in a sense, what is wrong with Black people coming under the construct of Blackness to counter that?
I'm with that. I'm
Yeah,
with,
that's what I'm saying. Because Ashan recently said we all augment or manipulate in some way. So for
right,
me,
but when I heard him, it was like we shucking and jiving. It was like, we've been doing that since we've been in America.
mhm.
That ain't something new. That ain't something new. He might have gave a psychological definition for it, but since we've been on the plantation, we know how to shuck and jive. We know how to go along. We get along. We've been knew how to do that.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to Joanna because I wanted to jump in here, and then I have two questions in the chat that I guess is just one is a statement and one is a question. So Joanna, go ahead to say what you wanted to speak to, what you wanted to speak to, sis.
Thank you. So much swirling around in my mind. I'm just so pressed to tap into something coherent. Arshawn, what you said was exactly what I've been thinking, and almost every opportunity that I've had to speak on these issues. It was very profound and eloquent how you spoke, and it was exactly to the point. It's a manipulation. When someone calls you a name or mistreats you, you can automatically, turn that around, set them on edge by your response. I've been pulled over by police, profiled, and immediately upon, them asking for my information, and I, gladly give it over without any, back talk or rolling my eyes or anything. And I start to speak, and I ask them, how was their day? I hope you've been having a great day. Immediately, tables change. Immediately, the tables turn. So that's that. And to Hanifa, when you were talking about respectability politics, that's something that was created by people who don't want to necessarily take the challenge to level up, so to speak, who don't want the challenge of being better than what they're projected upon. That's something that is a mindset that allows you to be a victim, in my humble opinion. And so I don't really agree with that. If there is such thing as respectability in politics, we should all want to be respectable. But as we know, and from past shows that you've done, we all aren't respectable. And that's a fact. As people, as a collective that we identify as in one group, we're not all respectable. And we know this. So, I know that a certain kind of person on the street is going to be who is being belligerent, being so-called ignorant, just, debasing themselves, is going to be treated way differently than if you were walking down the street. You're not going to be treated the same. Now, they may see you as the same, but once you open your mouth, they're going to identify you differently automatically. So I feel like Arshawn said, that's a disingenuous statement. But some people there's a word for us who choose to allow our realness, who we really are, to speak for us. There's a word for us. It's a negative word. We're trying to be something that we're not, but really we're trying to be who we really are. And it's really unfair to, dump everyone in the same pot and say we're all the same when we know that we are not all the same. So then that's that. And the other thing is that to the gentleman, Edward, I don't believe in white supremacy. By stating that I do believe in white supremacy is saying that I am inferior to someone else, and I am not. I'm made in the image of the Creator, and there is no inferiority in me. Once I say that with my mouth, as Scripture says, there's power in the tongue, I automatically put myself in a psychological, emotional, inferior position. And that's the manipulation. If they can get you to say white supremacy, what do you think it's really saying to you? And I'll take my response off.
Okay, so 1 minute, Edward. 1 minute, because I want to make sure I have to do my due diligence to the people in the
Okay.
chat. Okay, so we have Devian. She says every other ethnicity. First of all, I want to say, hey sis, thanks for passing through and showing some love. She says every other ethnicity uses culture and nationality as identifiers. Hispanics, Asian, Middle Eastern, etc. Only blacks have their race imposed on them. Okay, that's one. If anyone want to respond to that, just let me know. Maat says is not take. I don't like I tell you guys, if you guys have a question and it's a response to something someone said, please attach the person name to it. But Maat asks, is not taking ownership on some level escapism? Maybe it's easier to refuse to take ownership of a body that has been deemed to be inferior. And I guess Maat is saying it's easier to focus on race as a social construct because you showing up in a black body that is deemed as inferior. I get what she's saying, and you guys can respond to that at any time. Let me see. I wanted to make sure I let Darren know. Darren Butler, thanks, brother, for passing through and showing some love. I'm seeing your comments. I'm really just trying to focus on the ones who have questions. Let me see who else is here. Woo-hoo-hoo. I saw some other people come in. Oh, knowledge and relationship. He says, salute everyone on the road, but listening. Okay. Taylor, I want to make sure that she knows that we see her. She's here. Taylor Nubia, she says, late to the talk, went back and listened to the first question asked, and Jay Washington is on point. Not surprised since her answer is direct from the scripture. Peace. Okay. Let me see who else we have here. Maat says we tend to focus in on the negative aspects of this racial construct. So are we willing to throw away the positive as well? That's a good question, y'all, because when we talk about it, we focus solely on the negative or what is the negativity that's attached to blackness. Let me just put that out there. And okay, and I had something to say to what Joanna said, but like I said, I'm trying to stay out of the conversation as much as possible. And that was solely to respectability politics. I wrote a spoken word on respectability politics like some years back. And one of the things that I mentioned in that poem is that when you look at black men who were hanging from trees, they were suit wearing men. There weren't men out there with sagging pants, hanging out on the corner, and so forth. So that's why I use the word respectability politics here, because that's the term that I know that kind of like brings everything in. Sorry, Ashan, I see you, and let me go to Edward and I'm come to you. But when I read my history and I see those things, a lot of things that have happened to people that look like me wasn't because of their behavior. The lie of it's because they were savages is a lie. Okay? It is about someone need to dominate and ensure their genetic survival at the beginning and at the end of the day. So when we say respectability politics, I get what you're saying, and this is specifically responding to Joanna, but the reality is that it's everyone that is being harmed because of this racial construct. It's not necessarily because of their behavior. It's not necessarily because of their attitude. It's not when they're being discriminated against. It is an assumption. It's an attachment to the label of black, and not necessarily how they show up. Okay. I think of Emmett Till. He was a child. He was a child. Okay. And all he did was what? Because during that time, you couldn't even look at white women. You couldn't even barely speak to them. Was he a thug? Was he in the corner hanging out? There's so many stories like that. That's where I get into the whole respectability politics in saying, if Black people do this, if we do this, if we do that, then it's going to change how these people who benefit from the racial construct most, that's going to change how, why would it change how they treat us when the racial construct has an agenda? Why would they surrender it? Why would they give it up if it has an agenda and it benefits them? And that was my initial question in the beginning. What does that do? Yes, I get it. I know it's a construct. I've always been aware of that. But what does that awareness do? Does it change them? And I'm hearing us saying, well, if you behave correctly, if you act a certain way, if you show kindness, then you're going to alter that person's consciousness. And the reality is this: you don't alter the consciousness of someone whose agenda and existence is built on that social construct. The reason why we're even talking about race today is because someone else's agenda, someone benefits from it, someone profits off of it. But sorry, I went off a little bit. I think it was who next? Edward and then Sean.
I already know I'm about to be the villain. I take it. Sister says she don't believe in white supremacy, and she doesn't acknowledge white supremacy. But white supremacy believe in you, and you can't, on one hand, say I'm not going to acknowledge it, and it is not real, and all of this. And in the same breath, you done devise schemes and plans and plots to maneuver through it. So how did you come up with these schemes if it don't even exist? How did you come up with these plots and these plans if it don't even exist? If you just speak better diction behind a simple fact and a diabolical reason, and then that'll make the police leave you alone. How did you come up with that if it doesn't even exist? That's denial. That's the one thing I wanted to point out. That's denial. We can't become so sophisticated. And then when you talk about the police gonna treat, if you talk a certain way and act a certain way, they're gonna treat you different than if you was in the hood. That means you even accept a negative, stereotypical image of the hood. They are brilliant people in the hood. I'm from the hood. I can read and write 7 languages. Straight from the projects of Washington, D.C. So that negative, stereotypical image, I wanted to point that out, which is related to white supremacy. Because Black inferiority is the flip script of white supremacy. That's all I want to say. I hope that was my minute.
Sean, go ahead. I think you was raising your church finger because probably something that I said triggered you. Go ahead.
It wasn't just you. Brother Edward made the same leap. Okay. There were assumptions made, and I know it's based on previous conversations that y'all had.
Okay.
I'm not talking about respectability politics because I also did offer
Joanna on that one, but go ahead.
Correct. I mean, but I know before Joanna had spoken, I know even brother Edward had brought it up.
Okay.
Respectability politics kind of infers that you're going to change the behavior of white people by how you behave. Mm-hmm. That's not what I spoke to. What I spoke to was psychology. Okay. We do this in every space, including this one. Like now, Hanifa, you know that I've been wearing my protective hairstyle, my brunette, when I appear on panels, right?
Yes.
But I didn't wear it here to show respect to your panel and your platform. Okay. Like I went ahead, Kate. So I modified my behavior even to show up in your space.
Okay.
Because I respect it in a certain way. What I'm talking about are power dynamics. So no matter what area you step into, no matter what domain it is, there's like you set rules for your panel before we even started.
Yes.
And you said I would enforce those rules based upon how I felt you came up against them. Mm-hmm. That's a power dynamic. So everybody here, no matter how disrespectful we might have felt in our spirit, would have to acquiesce to what your rule sets were, or we would get removed or muted. Okay. So what we're talking about is shifting the power dynamic to white people in a certain domain. So I'm talking about they have their rules, they have their behaviors, and even if somebody was disrespectful on this panel, if you like them, you could just never mute them. You could never remove them. You would have that choice because you have the power.
Mm-hmm.
And you might solely enforce it on me because I said something you didn't like.
Mm-hmm.
That's what power offers. It offers privilege. It offers the choice to choose who you defer power, privilege to, who you enforce rules on. That's a given. I think we know that and we can accept that. That's a function of power. So moving past what we know and should be able, as I would say, mature adults to be able to accept. If we know that power operates in a certain way and absolute power corrupts absolutely, we know that that's a problem we're just going to have to deal with.
Okay.
Unless we have a way to remove their power,
Okay.
to negate their power, or to gain more power, that's a thing we're just going to have to contend with and operate with the knowledge of.
Okay.
Right.
I'm clear, Sean. I'm clear on that. I'm glad you cleared that up. But like I was saying, the respectability politics piece was just in. I know because Juana had addressed me with it and just was saying why she don't believe in it, and I guess I was saying why I know it's a thing and I recognize it as a thing because it's a thin line between what we're talking about and the idea that your behavior is going to change these people who have a agenda bigger than yourself. Right? That you're going to change their behavior and their mind when they are the ones that benefit the most from it. But Edward said something earlier in the show that he said that social constructs are not necessarily bad, right? It's kind of what helps society function the way that it does. So my question then is this: if there are many other social constructs that we participate in, I don't hear people talk about them. I don't hear people say that our definition of insanity is a social construct. Okay? Our how we even see time is a social construct. Like there are so many things that are social constructs that no one talks about relinquishing. But for whatever reason, Black people want to talk about race is a social construct and we want to relinquish that. We want to release that. And my question to that is, and I have a follow-up question afterwards, but why aren't we this passionate about all the other social constructs? Go ahead, Alkema. You gotta unmute.
Okay, my bad. I think it's because Blackness in general has been used as a weapon as far as social constructs are concerned. Okay. You know, with the Asian man and the Italian man and the Russian man, they don't have to contend with their race being used as a weapon against them like we do. So I think that's where a lot of the energy around it comes from, because we have been targeted as a group in society to be shoved down to the bottom of the barrel. And again, I'll always go back to that education piece, because I think until we completely unpack why it's happening, who is creating it, and for what purpose. If we don't unpack this thing, then we'll always be running around on a hamster wheel continuously, looking for ways to weave and dodge and duck and dodge out of the construct. And they only do nothing but get, clamp down and get stronger on us, because we don't have the proper understanding of how we find ourselves in this predicament. So how do you get out of a predicament that you don't even know how you got into?
Okay. Neely Fuller. I see the Neely Fuller there. Juana, I hear you, sis. I see you, Neely Fuller, Edward, promotion. Go ahead, Juana. Yes, you may. Go ahead, sis.
Just addressing the sister's statement. Is it Alkema? Am I pronouncing that properly?
Yes, you are.
I understand what you're saying. I understand that it may feel like Blackness is used as a weapon. You mentioned the Asian man and the Italian man. Their race isn't used against them. I would urge you to understand that being Italian or Asian is not a race. That's number one. See, you're using that improperly. Okay, these are nations. Italy is a country. Asia is a continent. These are not races. When they call themselves what they call themselves, if they call themselves Asian, that's a respectful quantifier. That means this person knows who they are. When the Italian man says, I'm Italian, meaning he comes from Italy, or his ancestors come from Italy, he is letting you know that he has respect for himself by knowing who he is, who his people be, who his mama is, who his daddy is. When we say we are Black, we are saying and acknowledging we don't know who we are. Do you understand that? May I finish, sir?
Yes.
We are acknowledging
Please.
that we are not worthy of respect. We are acknowledging that we don't know who we are or where we come from. That, in a political sense, on a political arena, is a lower level. Without you and I, or without the so-called white man participating, we are participating and we are perpetuating it by continuing to propagate the Blackness. I'm Black. Black represents the unknown, like in the mathematical equation X. Okay, that's what that equates to. When you think Black, think X, think unknown. Now say I am Black and see how that resonates in your spirit or for your spirit. See, and every time you speak that, again, the power is in the tongue. So every time you speak that, I'm Black, I'm unknown, I'm nothing. I don't know who my mom is. I don't know who my daddy is. I don't know who my great people. I don't know where I come from. You're putting yourself in a degradation. You're putting yourself down in a pit. And how do you get out of the pit? The Bible says, know thyself. I'm done.
Okay, Juana landed her plane on that one. I want to move the conversation forward. Let me make sure that I think everyone in the chat I've already acknowledged, but I'm just gonna bring up some of the comments from in the chat because you guys got the chat on fire right now. Let me see. Darren says, if you don't want what they have to offer, you take your power back. Our biggest problem is we make excuses to accept what they have to offer when it's not even a necessity. My ad says white supremacy is a system. It gives them the illusion of power. Not believing in it does not mean that it is not performing perfectly and that we are not all participants in it. All right. Darren says, for instance, do we need to go see every movie when it comes out just because it is Black symbolism? Look who's benefiting. You get a warm, fuzzy feeling. They get the money. I'm sorry. That tickled me. I'm sorry. He's pretty much saying you guys are all emotional while these people go into the bank on you, and that's I have my own feelings around that. I'm trying to stay out of this conversation. Dante says if we are honest, symbiosis maybe. Let me see who else. Davian says white people care way more about the preservation of racial supremacy than Black people. We don't care at all about Black supremacy and what it requires of each of us. We don't care about diluting Blackness. Okay. Taylor says, okay, Taylor is talking to my aunt. She is not talking to us. Okay. Deviant says, we don't gatekeep our Blackness. Anybody can have it, and that's the problem. Then we also have Nova Rain. I think she was speaking to something. Who said it? Maybe
Nova's a he. That's a he.
Oh, sorry, Nova. I'm sorry. Nova is a he. Someone said something about the Chinese. I don't know who it was, but she's speaking to that. He says the Chinese isn't gender a social construct. Anyway, okay. sorry. The Chinese who were historically banned from immigration to the U.S. and who built the railroads with us unsustainable pay might slightly disagree that they haven't been categorically marginalized. Okay. Let me see who else. Edward, someone had something for you. Specifically, Taylor said, Edward, I have all those books and I have read them all. Let me say, none of them give the answer to the question at hand. Well, that wasn't a question to you, Edward. That was just a response to your advertisement of the books. All right, let me see if I see anything else for you guys before I move on. Okay. All righty, great. Anyone have anything to say before I evolve this conversation? Oh, church finger, Edward. Oh, Ashan. Wait, actually, Ashan first and then Edward. Go ahead, Ashan.
Please let Brother Edward go first because I think he was addressing something. So in timeliness, and I want to finish making this note so I have my thought organized.
Thank you. Go ahead, Edward.
But first, I wanted to address the brother. I actually like your point, and I think it's revolutionary. So I don't want you to think I'm discrediting your point. I actually think that when you deal with those type of scenarios and win, it's revolutionary. But what I was saying is we've been doing that since slavery. We've always done that. So that wasn't a knock against you or nothing. To the sister, I got to say this: when you talk about these nations and they know themselves, and when we call ourselves black, it's like we don't know ourselves. We don't. We can't become so sophisticated and act like the transatlantic slave trade did not take place. During slavery, you were stripped of your name, your language, your culture, your religion, your history. You wasn't important enough to the slave trader for him to say, what's your name? So we put it in the law book. You wasn't that important. So he said he had 150 Negroes. That's what the law book gonna say. So, and that's related to the language that they spoke at that time. And I'm saying this as a student of history, we can't just dismiss our history and our past like it didn't happen. The reason why we can't connect ourselves to Ghana, Nigeria, Mali, or something, because that was taken away from us. It really was taken from us. It doesn't exist anymore. And that's a fact. That's all I got to say.
Now respond.
Yes.
Just 30 seconds.
Yes. Joanna, you can, and then we're gonna go on to Ashan. Go ahead, sis.
Mr. Edward, I am not challenging the history. What I'm saying is, if I call you, if I take you up from out of that room right now, and I bring you to my home, I kidnap you, and I put you in my closet, and I don't release you for 20 years, and in those 20 years, you've forgotten where you lived and who your family was. And also within those 20 years, I start calling you a name. Over time, you start accepting that name. That does not mean that that's who you are. That's just what you have accepted. That's the point that I'm making. You've accepted that I've given you a new name. Okay? And my point is, regardless of how we got here or who did it, you should not be accepting your oppressor, your kidnapper's name for you. Okay?
So, Joanna, can I ask a question to that?
Wait. Were you finished, Joanna?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna make this threat again to my panel. I will mute the mess out of you if you interrupt each other. But go ahead, Alkema, and then Joanna, wherever she asks, you can respond. And I want to get to Asha next.
Okay. I just want to ask her when we do find because I'm not totally against what you're saying. When we do come to the understanding of what we should be called, how is that going to get us out of this dilemma with this racial construct we're in?
Well, if you'll find people who come here to this landmass known as the America, and then further known as United States, people who come here from majority, and I'm speaking in a generality, I'm not saying everyone who's ever come here has never experienced this, but in general, people who come here from Nigeria, Chad, Kenya, Sudan, Ethiopia, people who know who their mama is, who know where they come from, they're not out. They're not the ones out marching. They're not the ones out being racially profiled. They're driving on the streets. They're owning homes and businesses. They're getting along fine in this same space. And they look like us, except Ethiopians look very, very different. But they all mostly look like Iman, the model. And wow, that's a very striking look. But but it's very difficult to distinguish us from. And these people are not having these same issues as what some people have coined as the foundational Black Americans. They're not having that same issue. So there's something there that I may not be able to pinpoint with words how powerful it is, that knowing who you are does manifest from your spirit out into the world, that a light is shown, that all people recognize, and how you walk in your spirit, that you how you carry yourself. There is something there, and I said I'll keep it short. So there you go.
Thanks, Joanna. Alkema, I'm going to have to allow Ashan in, and then after that, you can put a pin in it, Alkema. Jot down a note so you can hold on to it, because I'm going to allow the conversation to flow organically. Okay. Ashan, go ahead.
To answer a question you asked a while back that I didn't get to speak to,
Sure.
we are most passionate about this social construct because
Yes.
it most directly and visibly affects us. We see how it affects us, as opposed to, like you said, time. Everybody's affected by time generally in the same way, even though we know because of capitalism, time, you can buy your time. So time does affect us differently. With things like you said, insanity. That's also prescriptive. So there are probably things like ADHD or things that are chemically that affect us more. But again, what we see for sure is what's about our skin color. We see that very prominently. The other things can always be dismissed because of science or economics or something like that. So to your question, I would say that's why we're so passionate about that one in specific. I saw people in the chat, and I know we've set it up here. We've talked about illusions of power, and we're talking really about symbols. But it's important. We're saying it's not real, but as a man thinketh, so is he. Mind over matter. That's why I keep bringing up psychology. So I'd have to ask everybody to define, what does it mean to be Black? You joked about Nova. You joked about Nova in the chat. Isn't gender a social construct? But right now in time, we're arguing over exactly what gender means because most people cannot define it. Even the people who are claiming and switching their genders, if you ask them, so what's a woman? If you're now a woman, what's a woman? They really have hard times answering that. I've seen them have a hard time answering it. But I've seen people who are cis heterosexual also have a hard time defining it outside of genitalia.
Okay.
So we have a whole nother set of issues as far as descriptors, labels, and what a thing is, and confusion behind it. So until we can define the thing, it's really just a symbol. And if it's a symbol, if we can't create the substance to back up the symbol, to create a standard, a gold standard behind the dollar, if it's just melanin, then it's an empty symbol to me. So it's relevant to be able to stop, pause, take a breath, and define what the words mean now that they are being redefined or defined by somebody else. And if we land on Black, I'm okay with it. I don't have a desire for or a fear of the word.
Yeah.
But it has to have some kind of substance to back it up. Brown skin isn't particular to just us.
Right.
So it can't just be on melanin alone for me.
Okay. Fair enough, Ashan. It's very interesting because when we were talking about social constructs, and anyone that know me know I'm passionate around children. And even our idea of childhood have changed over time. Hundreds and hundreds of years. Like we see a 15-year-old as a child today, don't we? But there was a time where a 15-year-old was not seen as a child. In fact, it was a time where 15-year-olds were getting married. So I know that constructs change based on the societies as well, right? So I think that speaks to what Asha, even money is really just paper. Okay? So let's say there was a time where if you showed someone a dollar bill, they would probably use it to wipe their ass. Okay? Because at that time, that had no value. Everyone didn't agree on the value of that piece of paper that you're showing them. So these are all constructs because we talked about it. And I think, like Edward said in the beginning, I keep going back to that, that social constructs are there and they're not all bad. You get what I'm saying? But I wanted to also speak to the piece about comparing Black Americans. Not even, I don't think Joanna even attempted to compare, but she was just saying that she think that there's something to it. Why do you think those people are fleeing to this country? Because when we talk about so-called white supremacy, we talk about it in a very local way. And for me, I said it's a global phenomenon. You have these countries that are being disrupted, okay, by the exact system that we are talking about, the system that has the power to define these terms, Black, white, make them into social statuses, right? And so these people that we're talking about, the East Africans, the West Africans that are running to America or other places or fleeing their countries, whose countries are in shambles because of war. And a lot of it, when you peel back the layers, it has to do with resources oftentimes. Okay? Who is doing that and why?
That's
And
a wonderful.
Go ahead, Joanna. Sure. Go
No,
ahead.
I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No, you're fine. You can go ahead, jump in.
I'm grateful that you brought that up because we have to go. You do sometimes have to really look at it holistically to understand why are those people coming here. If this place where we're in this time space reality where we are is so negative, full of white supremacy, why are these people who look like us coming here? If America is a so-called racist landmass, why are these people eager to come here? That's something that's very interesting. And why aren't the people who were born and raised here, if it's so bad here, eager to go back to the motherland if it's so great there? And just to get very direct about it, it was so-called Black people, ancient Africans, who supposedly put us in a position to be in bondage. And it's them today who are still fighting for the resources, manipulating the resources, committing such atrocities that people are fleeing those spaces to come here where those things aren't existing anymore. Yes, they used to. There used to be lynchings and things of that nature, but that's not existing today in this land space, and people are flocking, fighting to get here. And so I think that's something that I'm grateful that you brought up. If anyone has ever asked me how I classify myself, I'm an American. And there's power in that. There's power in knowing where I'm from, knowing where I was born, knowing where I belong, speaking a native tongue. So I'll leave that there.
Okay, so what I heard you said is, I know you were talking about nationality, not necessarily race. So you're saying that you are American, which would be a nationality, but you're not Black. You're just simply American, right? Is that what you're saying?
Because Black is
Mm-hmm.
a status that
Okay.
was created for certain people who do not know who they are and who are unwilling to conform to the status quo of the nation that they were born in. They're
Mm-hmm.
holding on to separateness. I'm not American, I'm Black.
Okay.
Like Arshawn said, this is your platform. How would I look coming onto your platform and trying to be and wanting to be a part of it, yet separating myself from it by not following your rules,
Okay.
your edicts, the things that you define how you want it to be. Yet we have people who call themselves Black in this space who were born here and still are unwilling to maneuver, evolve, be a part of something larger than themselves, something larger than what happened to some people in the past who they don't even know.
Okay. Wait. Okay, Edward, then Alkema, and then I have a question.
I don't even know where to begin.
Wait, my question is for the whole panel. When I get to my question, is to just move the conversation forward. So Edward, then Alkema, and if Ashan, if you want to get in after, just let me know.
I wanted to know, like, the sister said that if you call yourself black, that means you don't know yourself. And I want to know what book does that come from? Who said that? Who was the authority that said what? For anybody that say you're black, this means this. Where can I go read that as a resource so I can be armed with that information? That's one. Two, in history, before white supremacy ever existed, in ancient Kemet, Kemet means land of the blacks. The people called themselves Kemetu. Kemetu means black people. The people in Saudi Arabia, Saudi means come from Aswad, which means black. So Saudi Arabia is Black Arabia. People identified themselves in ancient times by skin, race, blackness. Now, I agree with the social construct in terms of Europeans unifying themselves from coming from Europe and unifying behind whiteness as a social construct. But we've always, even if you say you are more mean black, we've always referred to ourselves as black people. And so we can't allow white supremacy in the last 500 years to erase millions of years of history that existed. And we can't allow this man to be so powerful over us that now we devalue our own history because he created a social construct. So now we try to poke holes and show the error of our own history.
I disagree. We did not call ourselves more. More is a word that's been transliterated over time. I may be wrong on this point, but the Greeks called us M-U-U-R, the Moors, meaning of our type. The word black.
Wait, Joanna, I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't think Edward, did you mention Moors, Edward, or Kemet? I'm sorry.
He mentioned both, and I'm going to speak to both.
All right, proceed, Joanna. My apologies.
These are not our words. Ancient Africans did not call themselves black. That word did not exist. Kemet, when you say means land of the black, that's what Europeans say Kemet means, because these people were of Kemet, and the Europeans looking at them and yes, noticing their darker skin and called them black. Those people didn't call themselves that. Europeans coined it land of the black. And the term Moor, Europeans came up with that word, and Arabs came up with and transliterated that word as well. Now we take these things on like you take on the word black. I keep going back to the same thing. These are the things that people call you, and then you take it on. If you could do a genealogy, you may find where you came from, and those words were not what they called themselves. I'm sorry, I disagree.
Can I say one thing, Hanifa? One thing.
Sure, Edward, briefly, and then Alkema. Mm-hmm.
I want to say this because I don't want to come off cocky or arrogant, but I got to say this. I teach Arabic professionally, which means people give me their money because they have confidence in my skill set. So I can read classical texts of Arabic. And in the classical text, we refer to ourselves as Aswad Jilda. Aswad means black, Jilda means skin. So we always refer to ourselves as black people. Peace.
Thank you. Alkema, go ahead.
I did have a few questions. Sis, you had mentioned that you were proud You know, that's definitely your right. You know, to proud to be a native and to speak your native tongue, your native language. So are you speaking? What would that native language be that you're proud to speak?
Well, we're all speaking English, which is originally comes from the Germans. It's a dialect of German. But if you're born here in America, your native tongue is English. Just like in India today, their language is English. Their
Ooh,
predominant language in India, the country, is English. You go to Nigeria, they speak English. Now, that doesn't mean they don't speak their other, just like in Jamaica or other places, that doesn't mean that they don't speak their other dialects or things of that nature, but the language, their native language is English.
okay, so which did you and your people originate that language, that English language, or was that a language that was given to your
When you
ancestors during slavery?
when
Were
you
they
say my
always before the concept of chattel enslavement existed in this landmass? Was English the native language that the Aboriginals were speaking here in this landmass? Or was that,
no,
or is English the language that was given or forced upon you by the enslavers?
yes, the Europeans brought their language to this landmass. The natives who were here before them did not speak English.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that because you said you were proud. So you're proud to speak your enslavers' language. Is what I gathered from that. But I'll just move on. You had also mentioned um, people. You know, we're arguing and complaining about things that happened in the past with people that we didn't even know. So are you suggesting that we should ignore what happened to our ancestors, the same people? So the reason you even exist today is because of them. And so, well, are you saying that we should slap them in, disregard the loins from which you came?
Oh,
That's not even a matter. Your own ancestors, the people, you wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for your ancestors. You don't find that as a disrespect?
may I speak?
Yes, yes, Joanne. I was just gonna say, go ahead. You can respond.
Um, do I find it as a disrespect? I'm not saying spit on the people who came before me. I'm not, and I don't feel that I am spitting on them. They've done the work. They've laid the foundation. They've suffered. They've gone through the process to uh, and laid the foundation for me to be who I am right now. And so I am grateful that they went through what they went through. I don't know if that speaks to what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm very proud of the resilience of people who came before me. And it's also important that we don't make assumptions that, again, I said this to Hanifa earlier, we are not all the same people. We did not all have the same experience. And that's something that we don't really ever speak on. But it's important that we don't make all the same assumptions that my ancestors were ever enslaved. It's important that we not make the assumptions that that my ancestors came here on the transatlantic slave trade. It's important that we don't make assumptions that, for instance, you all remember the movie 12 Years a Slave. Did anyone ever catch that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Miss, ma'am, did you catch that one?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember the main character who spent 12 years in bondage in the South?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember how he started out? Do you remember how he was not in bondage during slavery in America? Did you ever stop to ask how could that be when the assumption is that we were all enslaved?
Oh yeah, but
So my point is, so you caught that.
Norfolk
you
was his name, and it was 20% of us that weren't enslaved. So yeah,
you caught that. So you caught that we were not all picking cotton and tobacco and being beaten. You caught that we were not all uneducated. You caught that we didn't all not have land and houses or professions. You caught that we were not all ignorant. He was a musician and he made money for himself. You caught all of that. So we need to really understand before we get emotional and talk about disrespecting our ancestors, that we understand that we don't all have the same ancestors. We need to understand that everyone who did even come over here during that time from the continent of Africa did not all come over here as slaves. We need to unpack that, and that's a different show, but that's something that I'm always trying to impress upon the so-called Black collective mindset, is that we carry a mindset that we were all enslaved and we were not. Okay. And so when you talk about me respecting or disrespecting anyone from the past, I don't feel that I am, because I understand that we're not all the same people. Just like all the people in the 52 countries in Africa, they're not all the same people. They have different backgrounds, they have different ways of doing things, different cultures, different ethnicities and languages that they speak, different mindsets. And so you and I may have a different mindset because we're different, and that's okay. And we need to acknowledge that, okay? That we're different and it's okay to be different.
Can I speak? I think you're skewing my
Wait,
point,
wait.
because I was just responding to what you said. So basically you said people that we didn't even know about, and then, so, and I think that would probably include your own ancestors. So, but I did want to mention, because you're speaking on a lot of individualism as it relates to us as a collective force. You can always pinpoint and point out different things as individuals, which is a European concept in and of itself. But I'm speaking of collective force. You had mentioned also about Africa really having nothing to offer us, something along those lines. I don't want to take the words out. You said something about people are running away from Africa because clearly it must be something here in America better than what they have there. Have you ever visited Africa? Have you ever been there?
No, I haven't. Have you?
Yes, ma'am, I have. And so what you're speaking on, again, assumptions, because there's a lot that Africa can offer us. A lot that Africa can offer us. That, but I think we won't know that if we only knowing from one side of the spectrum. So if you haven't even experienced what Africa can offer us, then it's kind of a misconception to assume that everybody is this place here is this one great big Mecca, and that that Africa doesn't have anything to offer the world. And I'll say this one last thing, and I'm going to digress, because I really think that we're just wading at the surface of the water. We're not really diving deep, because you also mentioned something about other people fleeing their countries to come to America, and we got to understand why they're fleeing these other countries to come here. But I think we don't dig deep enough to understand why their countries are in such turmoil and uproar to begin with, for them to even want to come to these shores. And that's the importance of educating ourselves on historic relevancy and current day as to why all these uproars, these people are being uprooted and being affected in their own homelands. And when you start peeling back all them layers, you'll realize that a lot of the people that are running straight into the belly of the beast, the same beast that causes their homeland to be in shambles. So until we really start to educate ourselves about a lot of the dynamics socially and politically and things like that, we'll continue to wade the water as it relates to conversations such as this. But I'll digress.
I'm curious why you've been to Africa, but then you came back to the belly of the beast. You got free. You got free, right? You got free from the devil, but you spent money to come back. This is very interesting, but I respect everything that you said, especially about not making assumptions. I stand, likewise, I'm sure that you do. I stand by what I'm saying. There's a reason why the people are coming here, and it's because it is better. It is better. We're not flocking there and by the thousands every year. We're not waiting in line to go there. People are waiting in line to come here. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay. So one of the things that I wanted to add to that, I do agree with Alkema on the political piece. Um, the book that comes to mind, Confessions of an Economic Hitman, kind of speaks to that. Uh, the same system of white supremacy that operates in America operates globally. It is what is disrupting these countries for their resources. So I agree with Alkema on that part as well. The other piece I was going to say is we really got to be careful because we assume that, let's say, Alkema, if you don't mind me saying, I know the country that you frequented most recently would be Tanzania. Am I correct? Okay. If you have not been to Tanzania, you have not spoken to people from Tanzania, you haven't spoken, you will make the assumption, and this is an American thing. This is very American of us, by the way. We assume that everyone is trying to get to America, and that is a lie. I want us to bear that in mind. There are people who are living on the continent in the Caribbean. They are fine with the lives that they are living in their countries. And what happens is we see a handful of them trying to get here, and we assume all of them have that mindset. And that is not true. So I just wanted to inject that. We got to be careful with that. And that's a very American way of thinking, that somehow America is the prize. Okay. America is the prize. Okay. There are so many things that have happened in the last 3 or something years that have showed us that, yeah, America may not be exactly who she's portrayed herself to be. So many things. So we have the American way is that everyone wants to be us. Everyone wants to be like us. Everyone is trying to get here because they have raggedy ass countries that they're trying to flee from, and they have no wealth, and they have no infrastructure, and they're just, all over the place. And that's not true. And I think all you have to do is go outside of the mainstream media or what we're fed as media here to have an understanding of that. Because even our media and what we're given is filtered and very censored, and it is that way for a reason. Even that has an agenda attached to it. So I want to go ahead and evolve the conversation. Okay, so I do have a question for the people who may be focused on like being, I don't know, this could be for everyone. If we are ridding ourselves of European concepts and ideologies and ways of thinking, right? And I know some of us are, I have my own decolonization process going on currently. Why isn't race one of those concepts? Why is that not on the table as well? If we see it as a concept, and I know Edward is saying that, so let me speak to this first before I ask the question. Edward, race as we know it, where there's the classifications, okay, is a fairly new concept. Not what you're speaking about as far as ancient history, but the classifications where, someone says Caucasian is white, right? Someone says Mongolian or the Mongoloid, the yellow man. That comes from somewhere, right? That's around like the 17th, going into the 17th century, right. Correct. So I want
Johann Blumenbach.
Right.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Thank you. And he was the one that he wrote on the natural variety of mankind. So what we're talking about today, as far as race as the social construct, we're speaking to that, right? And that's a fairly new concept. I just want to make sure I clarify that. Okay. So if we are talking about European constructs, ideologies, thoughts, and so forth, and cleansing ourselves from those things because we understand that there's an agenda attached to it. Now we can look at many things. Why don't we see race as one of those concepts to rid ourselves of?
Can I speak to that?
Sure, Edward.
First of all, I don't believe that he is the first person to come up with that, right? Like that idea of race.
Okay.
And and some things that the European came up with, everything is not bad. I want to park the car on that. If we get some independence somewhere, I like the internet. I like certain things that come from Europeans. We need. It's called technological advancement of society. It's an exchange. So I want to point that out. But when you talk about like when dreadlocks in Jamaica, they used to have the colonizers in Jamaica used to be afraid of them because they called them dreadful, said it was ugly. And the people in Jamaica took the term dread and made it something good. Naughty dread. They made it some dread. I got my dreads. And they made a term that was bad. They made it a good term. A term that means something. Different from, even though the European made it. Now when you say the word dread, anywhere among black people, dread is something positive, something good, and cultural. Even though it's origin. And Tupac tried to do the same thing with the N-word. I ain't gonna speak to that. But when you talk like yellow, he said yellow people, Mongolians. During the Chinese Revolution, they said yellow power. Mao Zedong and the Chinese people, yellow power. That meant we accept we yellow. We want to be yellow. We are yellow. We with it. So it's like we black. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. When I say I'm black, I don't mean no European construct. I mean I'm the first human being on the earth coming from Africa. That's what I mean when I say I'm black. I don't mean nothing dealing with the European. Black to me mean I'm a king. It mean I'm first. It mean I'm royal. It mean I'm smart. It mean I can achieve. That's what black mean to me. So if black means something less than that, that means you've been affected by him, not me. My blackness comes from Elijah Muhammad and Louis Farrakhan. It's a strong blackness. So, and the lastly, I want to say this. The sisters' statements bespeak of is ideological. I don't want to make no assumption, say you a hard Bible thumping Christian sister. I don't want to do that. But absent the assumption, that's what I receive. That's all I receive. And everything is spoken from those lens. When you start talking about like there were some free blacks walking around and doing slavery times, they bought their freedom. That always exists. You had some black people had some money, but slavery as an institution, you making it like that before slavery existed, they was already in the Western Hemisphere. That part is not true. And that's one of them things that the Moors try to push that's more ideological than historical. Peace.
That is so untrue, Hanifa.
Okay, wait, Joanna, before you speak, I can let you respond because now I'm going to allow the conversation to take place organically. Sean, feel free to jump in at any time. I just want to make sure that I acknowledge Dante. Dante, thank you for passing through and showing some love. I see that I'm loving the conversation in the chat. Hey, Lucky, thanks for passing through and showing some support and love. I appreciate you. I am loving the conversations in the chat right now, so I'm going to make sure I highlight some of those. And Joanna, and then you're going to be up, okay? So Taylor says, in all fairness to Joanna Washington, maybe she's not considered herself as an African. Maybe someone should ask her a piece. Fair enough. And I think Joanna cleared that up. I think she said she just considered herself American. Joanna, you can correct me with that at any time if I'm wrong. And Alkema, a question to you. Thank you, Ene, for following directions and atting the person. She says that Alkema, perhaps you could share some of the ways Africa benefits us. And Alkema, I'm going to give you a chance after Joanna to do that. Let me see. Anyone else have it? Okay. I already answered Taylor. Deviant say America is a ghetto. Okay. Sis, feel free to expound on that because some people may disagree. There's nothing. Okay, let me make sure I'm going through all. Okay. Davian says my sister's in the chat. She's making some really valid points. She says, I think in absence of a nation and culture, we cling to our ways for a collective identity. Whiteness equals power, thus blackness equals power, i.e., black power. Okay, fair enough. All right. Okay. So, Joanna, you're up, and then I'll let Alkamar respond to the question. Go ahead, Joanna.
I just had to, I don't want to be too long because I would have to bring out all this, literature. But Dr. Ivan Van Sertima wrote a book called Before Columbus.
They came before
They
Columbus.
came before Columbus. And he spoke about how the indigenous aboriginals who were on this continent when Columbus came told him, and Columbus wrote about it, that people who look like us on this panel were already here for hundreds of years. We've been here since the historically since the 12th century. 1312 Africans have sailed to this landmass, and that's just recorded. What about before recorded? So we know that recorded history, they've been here since 1312. Unrecorded, just use your imagination. So the brother is, I know I sound idiotic because I'm in a space where, I'm a minority. And that's okay. It doesn't bother me.
Idiotic. I said ideological. I didn't say that.
I know my statements sound ideological, and that's okay. I'm not offended. Again, I work to drop my ego, but I just will impress upon you that your statement, although you're very intelligent, and I'm not disqualifying that, but you're wrong by saying that the people who look like you and I were not already here. And also, when you talked about how were there Black people not enslaved here? There's thousands. In the year 1865, I can't remember the brother's name, but he was a so-called Black man in 1865. Something Hamilton. Someone help me look that up, because see, I'm on my phone. I'm not in front of a laptop. He worked on Wall Street, and he was the richest man in America. He was a so-called Black man. And there's countless others, going all the way back to the 1600s, who not only were wealthy, they also owned slaves. And I'm not disagreeing that so-called Black people bought themselves out of slavery, but just listen to yourself as you make that statement. If they were in slavery, and it's all about keeping us enslaved because of the color of our skin, how could they have bought their way out? You can't buy yourself out of a system that is dominated by white supremacy unless it wasn't about white supremacy. See, for them to have bought their way out, to have bought other slaves, not just their family members, because Anthony Johnson didn't just buy his family members. He had white people under him as well. He had whites and blacks who worked this land, and he went on to own hundreds of acres of land. And he wasn't the only one. There was women. There were so-called Black women who had never been in slavery, and there were some who were enslaved and who also went on to own land. Now, all this is under white supremacy. All this is under the veil of hatred. How could they have achieved this? And this is something that we never really focus on. We focus on the degradation, but we never talk about how did they buy their way. You saying the white man paid them? Well, yeah, that's true. And if the white man paid them, that means that they were participating in an economic system that is possible to have benefited so-called Black people for them to even buy their way out. And so I'm not trying to be, argumentative with the brother Edward, but you are clearly misspeaking right now when you make the statement that so-called Black people were not already here before the European, and you're misspeaking when you say that they were pretty much all in slavery and in a system of degradation.
All right. I
If I
want to
may,
say,
go
1 minute, Ashan. I want to say that if you are to the chat, if you are just coming in and you are new here and you have not hit the subscription button, don't be rude. Go on back out, hit the subscribe back button, and come on in and join the conversation. Hit the like button if you are here and you have been enjoying this wonderful conversation thus far. We are almost 2 hours in, and it is rude if you have not hit the like button and you're still here with us 2 hours later. So go ahead and hit that like button. And then before Ashan go, the only thing I wanted to say to what you talked about Ivan van Sertima pretty much. They came before Columbus. Now Van Sertima specifically, he was a Guyanese born British professor, and his studies was Africana studies. The purpose of him writing that book was simply to show that African people had already been exploring the globe before there was slavery. In other words, people think that black people's first encounter with the Americas was through the transatlantic slave trade. Van Sertima attempts to prove that as wrong. So at the end of the day, he's not saying that those people were not African. In fact, he is saying that they were very African, just that they were exploring these here Americas before there was even a concept or someone called Christopher Columbus, and even before there was a thing called the transatlantic slave trade. That was his sole purpose for writing They Came Before Columbus. He also have other literature, specifically one, Black Woman in Antiquity, and so forth, because his studies is Africana studies. I just wanted to speak to that because I am an avid reader and he is on my bookshelf, and I do respect his research and his scholarship. So I just wanted to speak specifically to that. But Ashan, go ahead.
This will be really quick. Only thing I had to say, I know we have a lot of feelings about race. We have a lot of feelings, and I see there's a lot of scholarship in the space as well, and that's great. But if we were to stop and just think, we can clearly see that nothing, no place, no person is perfect. So to me, the only thing that a person can do, an individual, is control the controllables. What can I control in my life right now today? I can't control who came before or with or after Columbus. I can't control who sold who in sub-Saharan or the transatlantic slave trade. I can't control any of that. And the knowledge doesn't particularly help me, but I know somebody whose mentality or their emotional state may be affected by knowing that things didn't play out the way the conquerors or the colonial. It may help them. It may help them feel better. And again, like I talked about stressors, if you feel better and thinking is better, then you can show up better in the world. If that works for you, I'm fine. If Black, if Africa, if Buddhism, if Christ, if Islam, if politics, if in the arts, if something gives you greater sense of self and purpose, I'm with that for you. I don't feel the need to tell anybody else how to move, because we all move and grow into different spaces, into different spaces and places, and different paces over time, different times. So I think sometimes, like even Joanna talked about with me, people need to grow into their knowledge in their own time. But as far as a collective ideology, we actually just need to go backwards, like not necessarily all the way to Africa, to the foundation of our own minds and thoughts. What does Black mean to me?
Okay.
Is that useful for me today? How can I make it useful and productive? If we're not going to unpack what Black means, like right now, like we can stop and say, what does Black mean for me?
I'm about to ask.
Is that useful? Yeah. And is that useful? And if it's not useful, how can we make it useful? Or what would be better? What would be more productive for us? And if we could answer those questions, which I don't think that has to be something that's labored. I don't think it requires a lot of political astuteness. I don't think you have to have a lot of connections or money. we could just decide for ourselves with intention what we want for our own lives. And then those of us that have a shared desire for moving forward can collaborate. And that becomes your village. That becomes your community. Because you can't grab everybody. Because not everybody's with you morally, on character, in the growth process. Not everybody's going to be with you. That's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
But those that come with you, you can move together in a collaborative space. And I'll let you speak to that.
Sure. So I keep going back whenever I hear you speak, Ashan. I keep going back to, and the more we have this conversation, the more I see the benefit to, I don't know, melanated, I don't know what you want to call us, melanated people choosing an identity, because there is a principality, right? There is an entity that seeks to destroy for their own benefit, for their own gain, people that look like us. So I know, I get why some people will have a hard time letting go of the term black per se, right? Because to do so is to lose, in a sense, community, right? To do so is to, there's power in numbers. So just like Edward talked in the beginning, where these people that were different nationalities, okay, came together under one banner of whiteness, because there's an agenda here, and also because there's power in numbers. So I don't necessarily see why it would be wrong for black people to say, and I'm, and this is why I struggle. I get why it's wrong, because we're saying these people, and Edward is the only one on the panel that's saying no, because he's saying, no, I'm not going by their definition of blackness. This is what blackness means to me. Ashan, Edward already answered that several times, actually. And that's what he's doing for himself. And he's speaking that into this conversation. But I feel like there is a force out there that we have to have a collective idea or acknowledgement of what this term means to us, to be able to counter and combat that. I know, trust me, I struggle with this. I struggle with not being too heavily minded that I'm no earthly good. I struggle with that, right? Because I am more inclined towards spiritual things, trust me. But I have to ground myself, because I still have to exist in this reality. And existing in this reality, what does that mean? What are the laws that are governing this reality, right? What are the ideologies that are kind of governing this reality? Because I can't come in here and say, I'm a spirit being, I'm not this body, while somebody clubs me over the head. How does that help that current situation? How does that get me out of danger? How does that remove me from being hurt, from being warred upon, from being attacked? How? In that moment, that idea of I'm just a spiritual being does nothing for me in that moment. And I think that's where I struggle a little bit, Hashan, is where it's like, this is a reality that we're talking about. I know we speak about it like in the abstract, like, oh, it's a construct, it's an illusion, but it's a construct that has been adopted by the majority, and therefore it has real consequences to people's lives. So me as an individual that is attached to a collective whose identity is defined by my attachment to community and collective can't ignore that simply because I know the truth of it being a social construct. That's where I'm struggling. Go ahead, Ashan. I see your little two.
I'll keep this really quick. Because this is a very uncomfortable thing that I think most people have a hard time accepting when we hear it.
Okay.
The fact that we're here,
yes,
and all of us have the freedom to leave,
okay,
and we don't, and we continue to participate in it,
okay,
we're still a part of the problem. So we're not solving anything, a part of the problem.
Mm-hmm.
So let's start there.
That's
like
fair.
Us having this panel on YouTube,
mm-hmm.
not monetized, where they capture any ad revenue.
Mm-hmm.
We're feeding the beast, not ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
We're feeding our feelings. It feels good
mm-hmm.
to talk about it. It feels good to talk about blackness. It feels
mm-hmm.
good to talk about the ancestors. It feels great to talk about spirituality.
Mm-hmm.
It's cathartic.
Okay.
But you know what it does? it adds capital and revenue to the person you say is trying to club you over the head.
You point.
Meanwhile, the person most likely to club you over the head is somebody in your family or a neighbor, which is most likely to be black. Like just by numbers.
Yes.
And we can say why. We can go back to why we're all segregated, why we're all redlined and shoehorned and boxed in, and even today people can't move out because their appraisals will be half the value of what the home is. Yes, we can talk about all of the systemic issues that route us into unfavorable outcomes. But as long as we're still here participating,
okay,
it's really hard for me to accept the pushback on. I want to ground it in reality. Well, the reality is we're feeding the beast. And as long as we're offering up food to the beast, we can't really complain about how much it's we can complain. It's biting us. We can complain.
Okay.
But understand we're also offering the food.
Like okay, hold up. So what is your solution then? Based on everything you just said, hold up, where you're saying the same beast and I agree with you. I agree with you, Ashan. Okay, I just want to be clear on that. The same beast that we're complaining about, we're also feeding, right? So what is your solution to everything that you just said?
How we feed? I don't understand. Excuse me.
No,
I'm not clear. I'm not clear.
You're not clear?
You wanna go ahead.
Do you work in the United States? Are you employed in the United States of America?
Yes.
Okay. So are you paying tax dollars to the United States government?
Yes.
Okay. Do you do commerce? Like, do you buy things in the United States?
Yes.
So you pay sales tax on those things too?
Yes.
So all the people that make decisions, all these contrary decisions, the money that goes into the police force that we've talked about killing black bodies, we use that thing about we're not even safe. We're funding them with our money. Yeah. So we're feeding the very mechanisms that destroy us. So there's only two solutions because we're in a state of cognitive dissonance. We have a thing we want in our mind, the psychology. There's an ideal outcome that we want. And then there's the reality. And then there's a difference between the two. And we're uncomfortable because what we want and what we have they're dissimilar. So we either have to do one thing. If we went with the idealism, we either have to drop the dream and just accept the reality, or we have to change the reality. But to change the reality, it's really hard to do that inside the beast. We would have to depart the beast. Like this is where the separatists do have a right. If what's really making me sick is America, then I have to leave America. If America's the problem, leave America. But if there's a problem with me, whether it's my finances, whether it's my health, whether it's my psychological behavior, whether it's my family relationships, whether it's if the problem is really me, but I'm trying to offload the blame onto America or white people or something else. That's where people talk about victim Olympics and all that stuff. I'm not that guy. I'm just saying that's where they get it from. Because some people are just lazy and will say, nobody will give me a job. We know those people. But there are a lot of people who have an impediment of having a name like me with an apostrophe. I know that apostrophe gets my resume flagged or dropped in a bin a lot of times or deleted up. I know. Delete. I already know. I accept that. So either we have to accept the conditions and learn to move within them, or because we're free people, we'll go somewhere else where these problems don't exist. If these problems exist everywhere, then we go back to the first point. We have to learn to deal with the problems as they exist. So if you can't escape it and you can't change it, then you have to accept it. But for me, that's where we get into a lot of these circular conversations because we're unwilling to adapt, or we're unwilling to move, or I'd say 60s or 70s, probably the last time it feels like a bulk of black people were willing to die to change things, because that may be what it required to be willing to live. You may have to be willing to die. So that's a part of it. If you're willing to, if we're talking about real power, we're talking about global conquering power. So we're not going to do it with hashtags, black squares, and protests on corners. So we got to do one of three things: change, move, or accept. And that's a psychological principle that's rooted in reality. And I'll stop now.
So you talk about change, and I'm going to let Al come because I see Al come out. Juwana, I saw you on mute as well. Did you want to say something, sis? Because I want to make sure I put you in the
I just want to congratulate Arshawn.
Mhm.
Every single word you spoke, I agree. It is a serious cognitive dissonance. It's like, oh, we're in the belly of the beast, but ain't nobody leaving.
Okay.
People leave and then they come back. They're paying taxes to the so-called white supremacy. They're hired by white schools and academias. They're participating. So, it's this is when I say I don't mean any harm, and I
Okay.
say it's disingenuous. But even when you were speaking about fear of being clubbed over the head, who is doing that?
I'm
Like
not. Wait.
like Arshawn said, it's us doing it to ourselves, if anything. And you agreed with him. So understand before you speak. I'm saying exactly what Arshawn said.
No, I'm not
It may
pushing.
not sound good coming from my mouth.
No, Juana, that's not what's happening here, sis. I agree with what Ashan said, and I actually was going to tell Ashan that there's some of what I don't agree with because I think there's a lot of intellectualization that's happening as well about real problems, right? However, Ashan offered 3 solutions,
Mhm.
right? 3 choices, and I love that about Ashan. This is why I have him here, okay? And so one of them is, which I think we Black people have already done, or so-called Black people have already done, which is assimilate. That has happened. That has happened. So we need to take that off the table. That is our current position. Okay. So the second one is leave. But you spoke to this, Ashan, which then disqualifies that as an option, which is if it's a global issue, leave to go where? That's 2. The third one is then what? And this is why I find off-grid living so attractive. I do. I find it very attractive. Off-grid living, I love it. I'm just like, you unplug as much as possible. But even in that, you're talking about land taxes and all of these other types of things. So the question then, I think that you end up bringing up, Ashan, and everything that I listen, I'm like, okay, is it possible to completely detach 100%? Because Alkema, I know, is planning to, her desire is to leave at some point. That's why she's going back and forth, right? But even in that, is she really getting away from it? She's getting away from it and how it presents itself and how it manifests itself in American society. But are you really getting away from it? So that is a question on the table because I was listening to you and I was like, we've already assimilated. Let's take that. Just get rid of that. That's gone. Right. And so the other option is leave. And it's like, to go where? Somebody asked that in the comments. So then we're left with one, which is completely unplugging. And to be honest, I think the only way to completely unplug from the system in that way, in that capacity, right, without being harassed, is death. And I'm serious when I say that. I'm talking about people who are actually trying to unplug, and their unplugging is making them a target. That's happening. So can you really get away from it? And again, you have to be, I think Darren in the comment section spoke of it. I think a lot of it is that we're not aware that there are people who are doing these things already. I think that's the problem. We think that all of us are just out here just assimilating, and there are people who are literally trying to build communities within this system, but we're not aware of them. And so and we're not aware of the harassment that comes along with that. And so we think that, oh, no, you guys are just participating because you don't really want. And Ashan, that part is what I'm speaking to. The assumption is people are doing it because people are not doing it because they don't really want to do it. We just want to talk about it. And the funny thing is that there's a few of us on this panel right now that and in the chat that know communities of people who are attempting to do that and they're being harassed. People talk about Black Wall Street all the time. People talk about, let's talk about the MOVE organization in Philadelphia and what happened to them. Let's talk about, there are people that have made these attempts. The history is there. The
Marcus Garvey.
The archives are there for us to refer to. But then we have to look at why aren't these people left alone when they do try to unplug? That's what we also have to talk about. Why are these people left alone when they actually try to unplug? But I'll come on then, Ashan. Go ahead.
yeah, they're not left alone because us being here is the reason for the oppressor's survival. The oppression can't survive unless they have something to leech, the oppressors to leech on. Marcus Garvey was probably one of the best examples of what you're describing, Hanifa, is when the Black Star Line, and you know, his whole mission, he raised over $1 million, you know, in like a 2-year span during that, you know, that the height of you know, when most Africans in this country was considered poor. So, but they collected all their coins and put them all together. Why? Because they was wanting to leave this landmass. It was hordes of people who was ready to get up out of here. And what happened? He was sabotaged. He was thrown in jail on trumped up charges. Now, why? Who did that? Now, why? If we were all free and you're free to do whatever you want, you're no longer in chattel enslavement, and there's a group of a large percentage of the people here was ready to go, who would sabotage that and why? And see, that is my point of the things that we don't go back far enough to understand, to dig deep enough to uncover. And so we become a product of our own oppression and don't even realize it. You know, I think there's value in the righteous rage. My brother Rashawn, I agree with 99.9% of everything you said. You're right.
Yeah.
We are in this dichotomy where, you know what I'm saying, so many of us, you know, are living this life, this American life, but don't really want to. You know, we see something different for ourselves. Yeah. And so that's where the rage comes in. It's a righteous rage because we see the injustice. We feel the injustice. We know that it's there. And so we feel that it's a lot more to life than this. But then you have some others of us that are comfortable in this society. And just we good. You good with it. I got my picket fence. I got my BMW. I got my, you know, dog in the backyard. I'm good. I don't know what y'all talking about. We've bought into this system that is the system in society where, you know what I'm saying, where other people have not. So you have mentioned that there's only 3 things we can do. We can change, we can move, or we can accept. I agree. I agree with that. There's a lot of us have accepted this lot in life. You know, there's a lot of us have moved. You'd be surprised at how many people over on the continent in Tanzania that I've met myself. There's groups of us that are there thriving. So people are moving. The great exodus has begun, you know, but I think if we living within our own little bubble of reality, we don't see that. We don't recognize that. And so, yeah, the change, and I see where the change is created. The change is created by doing just what we're doing right here. When my sister has this exceptional platform that she bring people of unlike minds together to hash out these points. And then at the end of the day, we can still be brothers and sisters, despite our indifferences in ideologies. This is how we affect change, because we give those who are watching an opportunity to formulate opinions for themselves based on 2 different perceptions. So this is how we affect change, and people are moving, and then, you know, people are accepting. So, you know, it's one of those situations where, you know, sometimes the things are moving, you know, things are moving beyond our actual control.
Sorry, go ahead, Alkmaar. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'll leave it at that.
I also want to inject here that one of the changes too, which I think Ashan, you mentioned one of the choices is to change it, right? I think what we're not acknowledging as well is Joanna, Ashan, which we all agreed about race being a social construct. Some people expounded on, why they see it, and then I think Edward is the only half and half one. He mix. He's a mix one. And so I think one of the changes, Sean, that we on Alchema that we're not mentioning is I think we could connect your point about educating people around it being a social construct, because the reason why social constructs are maintained is that people have to agree to them.
Mhm.
The majority of people have to agree to them and uphold them. The reason why we're even here talking about race is because race as we know it today is because the dominant society, okay, has determined, and I'm going to put this up on the screen real quick. Power is the ability to define reality and to make others respond to that reality as if it were their own. Dr. Wade Nobles. Okay. That's what came to my mind, is that the reason why this is even a conversation is because the dominant means that you're the majority in that society. Okay. Because white people are not the majority globally. They're just not. They're a minority. But in this society that we live in, race is, I think Alchema, you and I had a conversation about how obsessed Americans are with race. And you only learn that when you actually start to travel, and you was talking about your experience in Tanzania and so forth, that it's not even something that's discussed. You get what I'm saying? But I think that one of the changes that we're not acknowledging, which is what Ashan was saying in the beginning and connected to what you were talking about as educating, is that how does change come about? How does that start? Does it start with a whole bunch of people? You know what I'm saying? At one time, it might start with an idea that spreads, right? And then before you know it, there's again power in numbers. Now the majority believes it. And we know that if the majority accepts it, then that is how we shift culture. That's how we shift ideologies. Because that's actually what we're dealing with right now with Blackness. There is a dominant society, dominant as far as in numbers and so forth, that decided this is what whiteness means and this is what Blackness means, right? And now the rest of the society takes that on. So I want to make sure I put that in there, that one of the changes that I think we're not mentioning is maybe we could change minds around these social constructs. Because if more people, like Alchema spoke of earlier, were to understand that these are just social constructs, maybe that is where the change can begin as well. I'm just saying that that's one way of bringing about change that I feel like we're not acknowledging as well. But go ahead, Ashan, and then Edward. I see your finger, Edward.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. The education piece, though, it needs to be understood that that's slow and generational. That's that moral arc of the universe bends towards justice route. But we see we have, like everybody's talked about, we have the full lens of history. And no matter where you go or when you go, we see corruption and brutality and power imbalances. We see that. So we're not going to escape. We're not going to escape problems. We're not going to escape trouble. If we're just looking with a clear hindsight on history and on today, we're not going to escape problems as long as there's people. Wherever you go, there you are. There's going to be some strife. There's going to be some conflict. There's going to be something. So we've got to, looking for a soft landing. I don't know about that. But I know you shot down living as is. You shot down the way things currently are. You shot down leaving because of the harassment. People get harassed when they try to leave. You shot that down. You shot down, accepted it as it is, and just being an American and respectability politics. Y'all shot down the shucking and jiving. Everything's been shot down. It's okay. Now you threw in education, but all of the possibilities have been shot down for one unfavorable reason or another one. Nothing feels good or sounds acceptable. I want to counter one point that and other people in the thing, we've tried assimilation. No, we can't assimilate. We've got too much melanin to assimilate. The people that were light-skinned enough to pass, they assimilated. But us, the only thing we can do is acculturate. We can talk, we can walk, we can dress, but we can't assimilate. So no, we've never tried assimilation because we just can't do it. It's not physically possible. The other thing, we don't like the sound of our options, so we're rejecting them outright. We don't like the sound of them. We don't like the feel of them. But the options are what the options are. If we're going to change the system, and I hate to say this,
Okay.
but it's going to require some version of a death. And let's spiritualize it, philosophize it.
Mhm.
If it's not the revolutionary route, it doesn't require armed resistance. Okay. You said teaching. That's slow, methodical, and generational. We're
Okay.
still not going to see the promised land. It's going to be for somebody. It's going to be a hope for a future. So
Yeah.
it's still death.
Mhm.
Or the idea of blackness as it currently exists. It's already understood and as has built-in biases. All the biases, nobody, like you said, we're not going to change it by respectability politics. You're not going to tap dance your way out of a cop shooting you. I get that. You're right, because the biases are built in. So as long as we're using the same frameworks, we're going to get the same outcomes. So the identity we're carrying will have to die, and a new one will have to be adopted. That anybody would have to spend energy. There's a term called cognitive ease, and like cognitive dissonance. The opposite of that is cognitive ease.
Okay.
It's really easy for me to accept this because I've heard it. The Bible says faith comes by hearing, through repetition, like brainwashing. I've heard something so many times. So when somebody hears black, they don't have to think. They already know what it's automatic. It's a response. White person, black person, Indian person, Asian person, when they hear black, when they see black, they have an automatic trained response in their brain. The pathways are already built. So until we can, that's why I talked about disruption. You have to find a way to disrupt the psychology and the automatic mechanism, implicit bias. If you cannot circumvent that, and the only way to do that now would be to disrupt and kill the identity that we're currently carrying, adopt a new one that disrupts the way people see us, that makes them invest some energy when they're encountering us. Okay. And again, I'm not talking about tap dance and respectability. I'm talking about even the way we interact with each other, because the same mental structures that we say white people have towards us, black people have towards each other. So it needs to be disrupted at a psychological level.
Okay. So I just wanted to speak to, when I say assimilating, we know every single person in here know exactly what that means, Ashan. You cut it out right now, okay? I know we want to play on word definition and all of that, but we know exactly what we are saying. And by the way, I agree with you, right? I think that assimilation is an illusion. I think that we have the illusion of inclusion. We think we've assimilated. So I'm not disagreeing. That's what you saw me nodding your head. My head. I agree with you on that. But let's not play on words when we use the word assimilation in the sense which let's just say we integrated, right? There's what
there
we
you
say.
Go. I'll go with that.
I can use integration here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Separate but equal. But equal.
Okay, I'm gonna let Edward go, and then I want to ask one last question, and then we're gonna start to wrap up. Because I keep hearing, I know I heard from Juana, everyone on here talking about, like, except for Edward, the connotation that blackness carries with it. And so I want to talk about what that does when we constantly identify as these terms. But Edward, go ahead.
As I listen to you talk, all of you talk, I'm imagining young people in the society, in the community, with Dracos and switches on their guns and skinny jeans and Pooh Shiesty masks. Your sons, your nephews, your little cousins, right? And as I listen to y'all, so smart and intellectual and so detached from our people. So detached. So you're so philosophical and intellectual that you want to talk yourself out of even being black, when the young people need the message of John Henry Clark. They need the message of Malcolm X. They need the message of Huey P. Newton. These messages will make them pull their pants up. These messages will make them stop carjacking people. These messages will give them hope and inspiration and make them change the way they think. And as I'm listening to us talk and intellectualize and philosophize on the struggle, as if blackness is something bad. Like, blackness is not something bad. Y'all talking like we were called black 500 years ago, and for 500 years there's been a negative stigma on black. We just been called black since the 60s. You forgot? We was Negroes 500 years ago. You forgot? Then you evolved and became colored. You forgot? You became black in the 60s. So that ain't something that we've been dealing with as a social construct for no 500 years. That's not true. With slavery, look, read the old literature, read the old, there was Negroes. That's a European construct. So I want, because black is, y'all got a negative notion of black. And when I say I'm black, I'm only saying the English equivalent of what my people spoke in Africa. I believe we've always referred to ourselves as black. I read and study, and I never seen a contradiction in seeing that the people didn't call themselves black. I never saw that. So.
Okay, Ashan, I saw your finger, and I also
Yeah.
wait,
No, I'm
wait,
sorry,
wait,
go ahead.
Ashan. I'm gonna come to you next. I also want to just add to what Edward said. Like, you know, are we okay? I'm not gonna ask my question. Go ahead, Ashan.
I'm just going to ask a question too. Like I know all show I've been hearing a lot about the intellectualizing and the philosophizing. I get it, brother Edward. I get it. We sound too smart about it. We need to simplify it. We need to take it to the street level.
No.
That's what you
No,
said.
you
You said
remind
to
me
the
of
street
Michael Earl
goals. You
Dyson.
said
No, you remind me of Michael Earl Dyson. That's one of my favorite black men. So again, you got me wrong. I like that. I like that you articulate. I like that you brilliant. I like that. So you definitely got me wrong on that. I don't like what you're saying, the philosophical aspect. If you took that one of these books and begin to articulate it the way you say it, man, you could raise up a nation, bro. You missing what I'm saying. You got the mic.
all right. Well, I
Wait,
misunderstood.
wait. Let me bring some balance also to Ashan, and I think you will be able to respect this. Edward, the type of work that Edward does, he's kind of like in the streets, right? And so I think what I'm hearing him saying is that um a young person maybe that he's trying to reach, like you cannot philosophize and intellectualize this and also talk about blackness like is this thing to escape from, because that's not what they need to hear. They don't need to be talking about how do I educate myself out of blackness, how do I escape this blackness. So I just wanted to kind of bring that in because I know he's also speaking from the angle of the type of work he does and working with the youth and so forth. I just wanted to add that, but go ahead, Ashan.
Yeah, I know. Intellectually and philosophically, I understood what everybody was saying. So thank you for the breakdown. But what I was trying to say was what you just said. They don't need it the way I'm speaking it. They need it in a way that they can receive it. Like you meet people where they are. So that's what I was trying to say when Brother Edward wanted to clarify. So I did understand. What I'm saying is if anybody here has the way that they need to hear it, that will stop them from whatever's going on in the streets, all the violence. If somebody here has it the way that they need to hear it, why aren't we giving it to them? And if you are giving it to them, why isn't it working? Because blackness don't stop bullets. So if the words they need to hear is out there, give it to them. And if you're not giving it to them, start. And if you know what you need to say to them to get them to stop, tell me so I can say it. So otherwise, what you're telling us is we need to stop intellectualizing it. They need to hear it a certain way. Well, what's that way? Give me that language, because you held up before you start. Interrupt me again, please. You held up a lot of books, and they're not reading those books.
Right.
And you said with my intellectualizing, if I took the stuff in that books and intellectualized it and gave it to them, but you also again said we're too intellectualizing and philosophical. Like, which way is it? So either we need to break it down and make the notion simple and plain language for the people on the base level that are out there living a certain way. Either we need to break it down or we need something. And I would intellectualize it too, because there's a study called memetics, having ideas that can catch on. We need to be studied enough to understand the psychology of a person the same way they market to us and make us buy ideas. We need to sell ideas to each other, because it's easier to con a person that's already been conned than it is to tell them that they've been conned, because that's that way the ego works. So we need to be more intellectually astute to break down concepts and to tell, how can I make this catch on? How can I put this in a TikTok so that they'll teach each other? They'll teach each other through songs and dances, because I've intellectualized and philosophized these concepts. and now they're catching on through their own selves. They're repeating it themselves. And I'll step back.
I feel like
Hanifa,
yes, Joanna, go
I
ahead.
haven't spoken for 20 minutes and I have to go.
No, because you didn't. I didn't know if you wanted to, because I thought I was going to evolve the conversation. So
Well, I was just trying to listen, make sure I'm listening, because I do have 2 ears and only 1 mouth.
Okay, so that's my. Let me address that, Joanna, please. So here's the challenge with you, and compared to the other people, I can't see you, so I can see them raising their finger, and so that's why I'm able to say, okay, next is Alkema. So because we can't see you, you're gonna have to maybe unmute and say, I would like to go next. So that's actually what's happening here. So my apologies for that. But if you
Nope.
wanted, because you haven't spoken, if you wanted to jump in real quick, you can go ahead, sis.
Yes, I want to leave with this. Without philosophizing, without intellectualizing, tell the young people to keep it simple, be respectful, educate yourself, get a job, start a business, don't do drugs. Because see, none of these people on the panel, I view that way. But there are some among us who are not doing what they're supposed to do. And that's not an intellectual statement. That's just keeping it real. If you keep it real and you know that you're here for a purpose, and it's not to be hanging out on the corners, it's not resisting arrest when police, confront you. It's not, being belligerent. It's not robbing our neighbors. It's not being disrespectful towards one another. Again, like Arshawn had already said, the most dangerous people for so-called Black people in America are other Black people. And no one has really discredited that fact. And so I don't know who we're talking about is oppressed, except Black people by other Black people. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much for inviting me, Hanifa. I have a business call that I have to take.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope we have a part 2 and I get invited to that one. Arshawn, yes. Thank you for your commentary and all the things you said. Thank you, Mr. Brother Edward, for your points. They were duly noted. Thank you, sis, for what you were saying and what you added. And if I can get back on and just listen, I'll do that. But right now I do have to, I have to go. So thank you all very much and good night. Thank you to the chat. I can't see the chat, but thank you all for participating.
Thank you, Joanna, for giving us your time, sis. You enjoy the rest of your evening. Okay, so I think Alkema had her finger. Oh, it was Edward. Edward had his finger, and then Alkema, and then I have my last question, and I want to start to wrap up. Go ahead.
It's been so long, I forgot what we were talking. Okay, I want to talk about my personal life. Can I say something about my personal life? Is this
sure?
Brother Ed, before you go, can you please extend me the grace of like 30 seconds to just respond? I just want to respond. Thank you, beloved. I just want to respond, and I know she's not here no more, and I wish that she was, because I really like to speak directly. But I just want to make a point to what she said. She started her, Joanna, my sister. She started her last comment off with saying, "Tell the people this." So she shifted that responsibility over. Tell the people to do this and do that and do that. And I think that is one of our greatest challenges, is that we're not being responsible for the whole. We separate ourselves. We isolate. It's them over there. They doing all that. They need to get it together over there. We don't see ourselves as a unit, as a collective, because if we did, we all would be doing our work to make things better for the whole, But we don't do that. Tell them this and do that. You do it, not me. We're all waiting around for somebody else to handle the responsibilities that we all have as a collective. So I just wanted to say that, because I noticed the terminology when she used it.
Okay, Edward.
I want to give some context to who I am as a brother. 1990, December the 3rd, 1990, I was 16 years old. And I participated in a crime at 16 years old that landed me on the run. And in 1991, at 17, I was caught and arrested and charged as an adult. And I did 18 years for someone being shot in the head twice. And at 18, in a prison cell, I got all the credibility of the streets because I'm young, I go hard, you know, like the culture. And I never knew that black people were slaves. I never knew that selling drugs to black people, I was participating in genocide. I never knew that disrespecting black women, I was perpetuating white supremacy. I never knew that robbing black folk, doing stuff to black folk is a part of a global plan to keep us oppressed and down. I never knew that. The first time I heard that was in 1992 when I watched Spike Lee Malcolm X movie. I was down Lorton serving a 15 to 80 year sentence. When I got through watching that movie, I started crying. I got on the phone. I told my sister, I said, you knew we were slaves? She was like, yeah, you know. I'm like, yeah, I thought there was some African people. I didn't know that's how we got in America. I didn't know none of that. So all of the young people that was in the juvenile block with me that watched that movie, all of us had the same conversation. I didn't know that. One brother named Wayne said, I'm locked up for killing 2 crackers. I'm glad I ain't here for doing nothing to nobody black. So this is where I'm talking about the intellectualization, the talk so detached. Our people do not know our history and our struggle and our culture. I'm from the projects. I'm from the ghetto. I be around the youngins every single day. And I know that if they read just some of these books, they're going to pull their pants down. The reason why I have relationships with young people today is because I'm in their ear with a positive message. And I've been on both sides with the gun. I wasn't no brother that was on drugs. I used to be a hunter. I was a wolf. And they know from my neighborhood, they call me OG, Big R, all that. So I don't downplay my history because that give me an inroad to get there to their ear. And the culture is so detrimental right now that our young people are getting killed every single day. So when somebody drop or go to jail and get 100 years, I'm the first person they think about because I already got that message in their ear. So we have to teach our people who we are. We can't downplay to act like that. The European, that's a social construct, and you know, we really want to be evolved. Hell no. Man, that type of thinking don't need to be in our community. Where y'all coming from? What black people do y'all engage with? Who are y'all? Y'all say some black people that I don't even know. I can't relate to none of that. Go ahead.
So, Edward, thank you for just a snippet of your life. For those of us who didn't know, in the beginning, I'm sure Joanna may still be watching, and I'm with Ashan, even though I'm not in the place to apologize because I'm literally still flying. And I also know, no, honestly, because Joanna and I, when we first met, it was around race as a social construct. And I was explaining to her how dangerous and problematic that is for me to teach my black boys to just ignore it simply because it's a construct. That's where I have an issue. That's where you're gonna always miss me, right? And I know there's this idea, and those of us who understand, I think Alkamat spoke to it earlier, like we understand politics on a global scale. Like you understand what's happening globally. I'm talking outside of the bubble of the US, right? Once you have that understanding, it's hard for you to just go full force into, well, race is a social construct, so I shouldn't even entertain it. When you understand that there is this force, this beast, and they happen to look the same, that's out there terrorizing the globe. Terrorizing the globe. I think it's dangerous. And that speaks to what Edward is saying. When you cannot go in the hood and teach. And I get, it's so funny because I feel like we need a mixture of everything. Everyone is contributing to the conversation. That's truly how I feel. I feel like I want to take Ashan into the hood and have him talk to some of the children in the hood, right? And I also feel like we need what Edward is speaking to and what Alkema, which is the traveling piece and seeing the world outside of America. I think all of these things are important. I think that there is, whether it's a metaphysical or spiritual component that a lot more of our youths need to engage in, right? I think that there is that cultural piece, and I don't agree with the, forget your past, because the reality is this. We separate, this is time as a construct. We separate past, present. We do that. But technically, there's no separation. You are your ancestors, whether you like it or not. Okay? And what you give birth to, you will be their ancestors. I mean, you will be their ancestors and they will be you. That's kind of how this works. So for me, I'm hearing everyone. And that's why I made sure that I invited these people, because I feel like nuance, right? Accepting nuance and accepting that there is no one fix to a multi-layered issue. There is no one fix. I think that we could take from this conversation some of what everyone has said, right? I like to say all hands on deck. Any tool that we can use. I am not completely against people unplugging. It's just being able to be aware of the system and the beast that you're dealing with so that you can use it to your own advantage. That's it. That's how I see it. I don't even necessarily, if you don't have to unplug right now, like Alkema is saying, it's not that people have left. There are people right now planning to leave who are still working in these white institutions to acquire the fiat, to build the life that they want. I see nothing wrong with that. I think that if you unplug, you have to plan to unplug before you unplug, honestly. And that will require you participating in the system to some capacity. However, the awareness of what you're dealing with is also important. The awareness of what you're dealing with. I grew up in the hood too, Edward. What saved me is that I come from a culture where Rasta and the influence of Rasta took over the entire Caribbean. And Black consciousness was attached to that. Marcus Garvey was attached to that. The teachings of Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad, all of those things were attached to that. So that's what saved me. So even though I wasn't getting that in school, I still was getting it from the community. So I think sometimes that we forget, a lot of Black Americans, and of course my husband often reminds me, there's a lot of Black American children, because somebody put in the chat, where is Edward? I think it was Tristan was asking, did you not receive social studies in school, Edward? Like, how could you not know that Black people were enslaved and so forth? And here's what I say to that. Let me just say this. I have worked with, there's two things. I have worked with what they consider at-risk youth in DC for almost 15 years. I think that what a lot of people, and this is where our economic status actually detaches us a lot, right? We get educated, we move in certain communities. It really disconnects us from like the rest of these people. Here's what I'm going to say to that. There's a lot of children right now in DC, in inner cities. I can promise you, education is not their top priority. It is not. It is not. Some of them are dropping out of school at a young age because education is not their top priority. Some of them are literally finding ways to parent their younger siblings because their parents have abandoned their posts, whether it's intentionally or not. Some of them, their parents are on drugs. Some of them, their parents are incarcerated. There's so many different stuff that's plaguing the inner cities that we can often forget. We think that, oh, that person has been going to school. Illiteracy is also one of those things that we don't talk about. So when we talk about books, like Ashan said, and we talk about scholarship, I myself, I know I like to read, but even when I'm talking, sometimes I have to consider that recommending certain books, like for example, Marimba Ani, Urugu, I talk about it all the time. That is a scholarly work. I am not recommending that to anyone who's new on their journey. It's not happening. It's just not. You have to be at a certain place. So for me, personally, I bear that in mind because I'm not that disconnected to where I say things like, well, how do you not know that? I used to be like that. But when you work with that population, you have an idea of how that's possible. It is not their top priority. Being educated is not, surviving is. Surviving is. So it's a matter of, I think Darren said it in the comment section. These people cannot eat our words. They cannot eat books. So they're going to choose the street corner to make a quick buck to feed mouths over attending a seminar, attending a workshop. So the challenge that we have, those of us who know better, is how to reach them, because this ain't it. This ain't it. You know, I just want to go through some comments real. Okay, so Ash, Juana had a question to you and Ene, Alkama, because I do want you to answer Ene's question, Alkama, because she came back to your time, like what would you say Africa has to offer, or something along those lines. Juana says, Hanifa, I'm back. Ask the sister, I'm assuming Alkama, is she the same as a black criminal? Right. My point is that we are not all the same.
Can I answer that?
Sure.
Oh, yes, of course we're not all the same. We agree on that. But I'm talking about us thinking in terms of individuality as opposed to as a collective, as a group, as a village, as a, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, you know, a lot of what I heard her say is basically, in so many words, I'm the standard. I'm good over here. They need to do some other stuff to get where I'm at. I need you pull your pants up, get your stuff in order, you know, tell them to do, you know, all these things, but without understanding. That's why I will always go back to education, understanding how they found themselves in that predicament to begin with. So we don't even go there. We don't even, you know, sit at the table to gain a proper understanding as to why they're sagging their pants, why they dropping out of school, why our brothers killing each other in the streets. We don't go there. It's a shallow way of looking at the world. And so that's all I'm saying. And I know this just based on her. So no, of course I'm not in that predicament, but I can relate. I have compassion. I have, because I have understanding, and I love my peoples. So I want us all, you know, the tide, what they say, the tide lift all boats, or however that term goes. I believe in that. So I don't, just because I'm good over here, you know what I'm saying? That don't mean that a large majority of my people are not suffering and struggling. So yeah, I'm in the mix because I want to see us all rise, not just a few who have good jobs. So and I'm sorry, somebody else was saying something about the African piece.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back to that, but
okay.
I think Bree makes a point here. All Black people aren't the same, which is why these convos seem to go nowhere. And I think it goes back to Ashan's point in the beginning, which he was like, we have no clear. Ashan, you could correct me if I'm wrong here. I think he was saying that there's no clear definition as far as Blackness. Is that what you were saying earlier?
Yeah, it's not a monolith, and
Okay.
if we're not going to find out where we are positionally, like just like, because I think even Brother Edward made some assumptions about me, but like I think we assume things about each other.
We do
without actually investigating.
We do. I agree with that part. Okay, Juana. Okay, no. I'm trying to figure out how to respond to it, honestly, because I'm trying to be careful here. Okay, she says, this is for me. Who is terrorizing Black people, whites and Blacks? Okay. There are a lot of experiments out there, right? Okay, so if you take a bunch of rats, let's use rats, and you put them into a box, right? And for example, let's use the crab in the barrel thing that people use, like we're crab in the barrel mindset, right? We know what that means. And people say, well, that is not the crab's natural habitat, right? So we never question why the crabs are in the barrel in the first place. We only talk about the crabs trying to pull each other down to get out the barrel. No one asked the question, why are they in there in the first place?
That's right.
This is how I respond to that. We talk about these things on a micro level, as if there's not a macro that's directly affecting and manipulating and controlling the micro. And the reason why we stay away from the macro is because it's almost like a Goliath to fight.
We don't understand.
No, it's not that we don't understand. We understand. We would rather ignore it than face it.
If we understood, she wouldn't ask that question, Hanifa.
Okay,
if we understood properly, she wouldn't even ask that question.
Well, she was asking me because I was talking about terrorizing and so forth. I'm going to leave it here. I'm going to speak to the crab in the barrel thing. No one in response to this, no one ever asked, why are the crabs in the bucket in the first place? That is not their natural habitat. We focus on what the crabs are doing to each other, but we don't focus on the why that is happening. That's my dilemma with that. And for me, it's like I can hold my people accountable to love each other. I agree with that. On the micro, we need to develop some self-love so that we can treat each other better. But is that going to change what's happening on the macro? That's the question. Because the people who are controlling and doing all of these things and causing divisions and all of these things and keeping us divided, they have an agenda. So me loving Alkama and Ashan and Edward doesn't change them, doesn't change their agenda. So we can get it together on the micro. But after we've done all of that, we're going to find that at some point, we're going to have to face the beast. And I personally believe a lot of us are just running away from that. And so we're finding all sorts of ways to do that. Most of us know what the real issue is. No, you don't want to call it white supremacy? That's your business. You don't want to see the illusion of white supremacy? That's your business. You don't want to acknowledge that it's about white genetic survival? That's your business. But it doesn't change the fact that there is a small number controlling most of what we're dealing with. That's all I'm going to say to that. So when that came up, the crabs in the barrel mindset is what came to me. No one questions why the crabs are there. We want to talk about the crabs in the barrel and what they're doing to each other all day long. But go ahead, Edward. And that's not Victim Olympics. Go ahead. I'm going to wrap up after this, guys. Go ahead.
Somebody asked the question that I didn't learn that in social studies class, right?
Yes.
And we are taught in society to be Americans. And we are taught, like, as Americans, like I said, I knew about slavery. I said that when I spoke about it, I thought those were some African people. African people. I was detached from the narrative, the story. I didn't see myself connected with that. I played a pilgrim in a play in the 4th grade. I played a pilgrim y'all know me, so I played a pilgrim in a play in the 4th grade. And me and my classmate, he wanted to be the pilgrim, but he was a Native American. And we had no concept, no racial concept. And slavery was something that you learned about, but you was detached from it. And I'm probably the most stained person on this panel, right? Because we're talking about the criminal, the black criminal, right? When I think black criminal, I think Jesus Christ. I think Marcus Garvey. I think Malcolm X. When we talk about black criminals and all of that, so I want to put that on the board. We so detached from our people, like the way we think. We're so when I certain people when I listen to them talk, when they talk so conscious and so, it let me know your children don't listen to you. That's what I hear. Your children don't listen to you. Your nephew locked up. All of the youngins in your life, don't none of them listen to you. You detached. They know who they listen to? King Von, Lord Durk, Pooh Shiesty. That's who they listen. But to you, they ain't nothing. And that's why you ain't got no connection with your children. You better listen to Lord Durk so you can have a conversation with Mook Ray Ray and Lord Man. Because Lord Durk is telling them to hide the gun in their dip. And they got on some pants look like they work out. And you think they're on workout pants, but it's a gun in their pants. But you can't see the print because it's in their dip because of the pants. But you know that if you listen to Lord Durk. That's it.
Okay. I'm gonna ask my last question, and then I'm gonna wrap this up. But I wanted to bring up what Darren said. Darren says, "Here's where some of us are missing it," and this is because this is my stance on this. This is what I kept trying to get to throughout the conversation. Is that we are not going through what we're going through because we call ourselves Black. Pause. Just stop right there. That is my point. That is my stance. And even though I agree on how allowing someone else to define me using a social construct, that's why I said I think all of what we're saying is a part of the what do you call it? The solution, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I think all of it is necessary. So for me personally, that's what I kept getting back. Like, okay, so what? So what if you believe race is a social construct? So what? Because at the end of the day, it's not because you're Black. It's not because of your Blackness. Our Blackness as a collective is not necessarily why these certain things are going on, or why why for the last whatever amount of years we've been the focus of oppression. Not because we're Black. It's because of something else. And what is that thing? And then if you decide that you're just gonna just abandon identifying yourself as Black, how is that a solution for the whole? It might be a solution for you, but how is it a solution for the whole? And I think that's why I wanted to highlight that comment. But I want to move on. So, being the last question I had, these people, man, oh my gosh, this chat has been lit, and I'm enjoying the conversation. So my last question is this: when it comes to like whiteness, because we keep talking about race as a social construct, but we're only referring to Blackness. We do have to accept that if we say race, we have to accept it across the board, right? Which means that if Black is a social construct, then white is too, right? But when we talk about it being a social construct, as Black people, we only focus on the Blackness part of it. So my question is this: understanding the label, and Edward, I know what you're about to say, but understanding like the labels and definitions that are attached to the words, right? White and Black. Doesn't that do something energetically to us if we continue to use those labels, if they have negative connotations to them? I'm just speaking energy. Like, what does that do to, and I know this is Ashan Field here, what does that do to us psychologically? Doesn't that impact how our behavior and how we show up? So I'm going to start to Ashan, and then I'm going to go to Alkaman and Edward.
It depends on what you get from it. Because I don't go as far back as I know my artists talk about spell work and the words, and I know Joanna talked about it earlier, with the different sounds and I know that's a whole different thing. That's beyond me.
Okay.
But what you think of Blackness, again, what you think, like self-esteem, what you think of yourself. However, that whenever the word comes, like when somebody says Rashawn, what do I think of when I hear Rashawn? Yes, there's an energy, there's a feeling, there are thoughts that come up with certain words based on what you think about when you hear them. That's why I said, how do you define Black? Because to each person, it's going to be something different. So I'm going to get a different energy, especially like Brother Edward. He said, you say black, man, I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking about that, man. Yeah, I'm proud to be black. That's a high level of positive energy. But not everybody is on the same level of positivity with it. Some people it's a spectrum. But then some people have a negative connotation with blackness. So we don't know what polarity, like what are you on positive or negative time when you hear black? And how high or low are you on it? So that every word is the same thing. I might say cupcake. I might start salivating. Y'all might be like, ew, you eat that mess? Everything is different to each person. You see what I'm saying? So it really, that's why we need to define the words and find out where we are. Well, it's like take a temperature, like that plot on the map. Where are you at in relation to this? We need to find that out, because if you're trying to move somebody from a negative zone of blackness to a positive zone, there's a different route you need to take. But if they're already on the same side of positivity, you just want to get them a little more rah-rah, you're going to take a different tone. You're going to use different words. You're going to bring different points of inflection to the conversation. Like even like what Brother Edward said again about the Lil Durk. You might be able to get them even through their own music they listen to see positive modes of thinking, even with some negative imagery wrapped into the music. You might be able to talk about, listen to how confident they are. There's nobody that's going to move these people off their square about who they are and how strong they need to carry themselves. And that can be ascribed to blackness. You can motivate people through a rich, I mean, it's like human behavior is something I really enjoy, because there's a lot of things that can be done, but we need to have an understanding. And I think a lot of times we also hide from understanding because it's complicated. It's easier to feel about it than it is to think about it.
Very true, Ashan. Thank you for that. Welcome back, Joanna. First of all, I'm just going to make this comment and I'm going to go to Alkema. I'm going to eventually come back around to you. So after Alkema is Edward. But Joanna, just you growing the top of your hair out makes you look so different. I just want to say that. You look like a totally different person, just so you know. But I just wanted to say that. Alkema, you can go ahead and respond to my question, and then Edward, and then Joanna, and then we are going to close out with everyone giving some solutions, because y'all can't be talking all this talk without giving me something. What we about to do? What are next steps? Okay, go ahead, Alkema.
Can you ask that question again, please?
My question was, if there are certain connotations or definition attached to these terminologies, right, that we are saying are constructs, what does it do to us? I think Ashan spoke a little bit to it. What does it do to us when we still continue to identify by these specific words, where they don't even have like a positive connotation or definition to them? What does that do to us psychologically?
Psychologically, I think that
or energetically, but go ahead.
It keeps us energetically in a low vibrational frequency. Words carry energy. Words are powerful. I mean, words are how laws are made. Words are how movements are created, from the word. And so that's why I think it's so important to push back against all the attacks on our on our image, because in how and allowing other people to determine for us who we are in the world, by the words that they use to describe us, so I think it's dangerous to just be like, oh, I don't subscribe to that. I'm good, you just pretend it don't exist and it'll be all right, despite it being a big pink elephant in the middle of the room, and despite that we are being destroyed because from that pink elephant in the middle of the room that we're trying to pretend is not there. It's like a veil over your eyes. So I think that's why these platforms like this is so important. I think that's why the pushback is so important, because if so, like you mentioned earlier, Hanifa, about the power in numbers, if enough of us get to a point where if enough of us is roaring loud enough, then we, and that loud enough for our own people to hear us, because they're going to our enemy is going to be our enemy. So, but I think the power is in changing and shifting the minds of our own people. And if enough of us roar like a Brother Edward, loud enough to make an impact, then we could reach a tipping point. Just like the terminology, like my sister Joanna don't like the terminology Black respect. I'm learning more and more as I go about, how the Moors are teaching me the importance of accepting nationality and things of that nature. So there's some value in that as well. But I'm saying that the collective consciousness, just like our enemies have a collective consciousness, is what their agenda against us. I think we have, although they're not, they're all the anomalies. I forget the terminology. So let me just say they have a collective consciousness that they use against us, and we need to have that same collective consciousness in a righteous way to push back. So we can't just ignore that what's happening to us, and or think that just because I'm over here and I'm good, you struggling over there, but I'm good, so I'm just going to live my life in this square box of goodness. You still, no one person can rise above the conditions of their people. I'll repeat, no one person can rise above the conditions of the people as a whole. You may think you can. You may have a dissonance of thinking that you be all good just because you good on this end. But no, you're going to suffer the consequences of the society as a whole. And what I mean by that, you're going to suffer the consequences of the food, the poisons in the food, the economics and how you're not getting paid as much, the education and how your children is being miseducated, the medical thing, you're going to suffer, you're going to have babies in a hospital and more of our children dying than others. It don't matter that you got a little bit extra money. You still going to suffer the consequences of the full dynamic of this system. So I know I got off track a little bit there, but yeah, words carry power. It's very important. That's why the music industry is controlled by who it's controlled by, and why they're pushing the message that they're pushing, because they understand that vibrational frequency is powerful. And so, in the words that they use on top of those vibrational frequencies, it changes the dynamics of how our young people think. And now Brother Ed got to contend with that. He got to contend with the shift in the dynamics of how our young people think, because of how our enemy is using these tools against us. So yeah, the words are powerful. The media, I can go into that as well, but I won't. I'll digress right there.
Can you repeat the question?
Of course. Thank you, Alkema. I was saying that if we are saying that these terms have negative, they're defined in a negative way, and we're also saying they're constructs. If we take those on, because everyone is saying words have power, right? If
Right.
we take on those words to identify ourselves, and they come with these negative connotations, how does taking those on or calling ourselves those things, like for example, if everyone knows the term, and I cringe when I see women calling them each other bitches, okay? And that's an example.
Okay.
I feel like there's an energy that comes with that. Me calling myself a bad bitch or a bitch, anything, whatever that is. I would even dare say the N word as well. But if we know that these things come with that low vibrational, low frequency, maybe negative connotations, what does it do to us when we identify with those particular terms? And I know, Edward, yours may be a little different, because your definition, you're saying that is not my definition of blackness. But go ahead and speak to that.
Yeah, I think I'm an anomaly on this panel with this piece right here, because actually the opposite is true.
Okay.
And the opposite is true in my personal life. Like, I've been in rooms with all white people. And the white people in the room is trying to convince me, the black Muslim, that they are right, that they are human, that they not the devil, not that they not bad people. So I don't have those experiences where I'm the villain, they the villain. Like, they have to tap dance and Jeff and shuck and jive with me to prove their humanity, not me try to shuck and jive to get over with them. So that hasn't been my experience. So my experience as my entire adult life as a black man, black hasn't been negative for me. Like Malcolm X said, every Negro has the potential to be black. So black is like the evolution, the development, the high point. If you ain't black, you ain't. Yeah, that's my logic of when. So I just don't fit that type of notion. And the last thing, two things I want to say, Brother Arshawn, I think you a brilliant brother. Oh, yeah. Like, I'm real big on people who develop their intellectuality. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm real big on that. And when I see a black person that's a black male that's articulate and obviously brilliant, I'm always impressed, and I like that. That make me feel good. Like, you one of our secret weapons. I send you down to city council and talk.
The spook who sat by.
Right. So you got me wrong in that regard, Chief. I'm the opposite of that. And to Sister Jawan, I want to say this. I disagree with you ideologically, but I don't want our ideological disagreements to make you think that I disagree with you as a black woman, because I believe that the black woman is the mother of civilization, queen of the planet Earth, goddess of the universe. So I got to say that. That's what I believe about black women. But ideologically, I disagree with you. And I'm mature enough and sophisticated enough to disagree and not be disagreeable.
Okay, so So okay, Kawaii Bree, I'm gonna leave this on the screen for a minute. Okay, but I want to echo that sentiment. Ashan knows that I admire his brilliance. Anyone that I talk to about him, I always say Ashan is brilliant. And anyone that tries to deny that, I tell them how brilliant Ashan is. This is why Ashan is here. If you go back, you'll see Ashan has been on many of panels because he's an individual thinker. He's also a critical thinker, and he is very good at articulating where he's at. And if he is unsure, he has no qualms with saying, I'm not sure about that. I'm still wrestling with that. And I can respect that. You know, I feel my sister Alkema is the same way. I think all of us on this panel has demonstrated that. For me personally, I'm going to let Joanna speak, but for me personally, I'm just going to be honest with you guys. I am very nomadic in my thinking because I find that as we evolve, as a culture, as research continues to happen, archaeological research, all of that, there's always new truths that's coming out. And so I'm never going to close off myself completely from hearing new truth or even evolving. And that comes from the fact that I don't know it all. I don't have all the answers. And where I'm at right now, I tell people all the time, this is not my residence. That's why I say nomadic. Tomorrow, something might blow my mind that might completely change my thinking. So I am open to, you know what I'm saying? And oftentimes I'm balanced because I feel like we think that the way that we think in such a binary way, we always think that it has to be either this or that. And I'm taking on the mindset that a lot of what we discuss is not this or that. Sometimes, a lot of the times, it's this and that. And we have a hard time with nuance. We have a hard time with gray. We are very black and white in our thinking most of the time. The gray area scares us because it leaves a lot to be answered that we don't have the answer to. But I don't shy away from the gray anymore. So I just wanted to put that in there. But Joanna, go ahead, speak to what you need to speak to. But I'm going to bring back Bree's comment while you speak, Joanna. Go ahead.
Thank you. How are some of the words that we use affect us in a negative way?
Well, the terms
What,
like blackness and white and whatever else. Go ahead.
terms like crab in a barrel.
Okay.
Yeah, making so-called black people analogous to those terms.
Okay.
You know, those can negatively affect us and how we think of ourselves. Um, how did the crab in the barrel get there? They put themselves there. See, we don't want to. We talk around the issues. Ancient Africans put Africans in slavery. Let me say it again. I'm going to say it slowly. Ancient Africans put Africans in slavery. Ancient Africans traded ancient Africans for silly things, mirrors, hand brushes, umbrellas. So how did we get there? You have to go to the source. See, you always have to go to the source. And I don't know if you all missed it when even Arshawn spoke to this, but there's no pushback when he said it. Arshawn spoke to that we are not the same people, as I've already said. We are not, he said it like this, but maybe they didn't understand it. Maybe they didn't hear it. He said, we are not a monolith. He didn't get any pushback. I'm saying exact same things that he said, but something is about the way it comes out of my mouth. That's why I use the avatar. I don't know if it's the way that I look. I don't know what it is. Maybe Arshawn can help me with that, give me some coaching, because I said exactly the same thing he said. And the sister said, I agree with 99% of what Arshawn said. And the brother said, well, I respect what you said, and I agree with a lot of what you said. You should
No,
speak.
I
I'm saying the
don't.
same
No,
thing.
I don't. You misheard me. No, I don't. No, you
Okay.
and him go in the same bag. I respect and love both of y'all. I don't know. You feel
This isn't about
Yes,
love.
you
This isn't
gotta let
about
her complete
feelings.
her thought. Let her complete her thought.
If I can just continue to hit this home, sister, you kept saying our people. And Hanifa, you say this a lot too. You keep saying our people. There is no our people. Even on the continent of Africa, I continue to say this. There's 52 different countries. They're not all the same people. They're different people. And so when the sister Alkema, is it Alkema?
Yeah, Alkmaar.
Forgive me. It's a beautiful name, and you're a beautiful sister, by the way. Alkema, when you continue to say we, as if there is a we, I don't see you as George Floyd, and that might be offensive to you. I don't see that. I don't see you getting high on fentanyl and going into a Walgreens and trying to exchange a $20 counterfeit bill. I don't see the police telling you to sit down and you start moving all around and jumping all and down. I don't see you taking a pistol and going and robbing and shooting somebody in the head. I don't see you breaking into somebody's apartment and stealing their whatever. I see. So when I say, but it seems to be offensive when I say we're not the same people. But it's like when you say, well, you don't have empathy. Now you're using powerful words. You're using very powerful words when you say, well, maybe you don't have empathy. Maybe you can't relate. I can relate. My mother's been to prison. I can relate. I have a stepbrother who was shot on the corner. How did that crab get on the corner? He chose it. Why wasn't he in the house with me? I didn't get shot. I was in the house doing my homework. And so now I'm a business owner and he's on welfare. So how did the crabs get in the barrel? They put themselves there. So I really don't understand the pushback, except for the fact that, like Arshawn said, the cognitive dissonance is thick. We agree that there's a problem. We agree that there's an enemy, but we refuse to point. We have that one finger pointing out, but there's three coming back, and we don't pay attention to the three coming back. Outcome. We don't pay attention to that. We are only pointing out the enemy without and not understanding and accepting the enemy within. Because if you break down the word enemy, because we're talking about the power of words here, when you break down the word enemy, it's inner me,
No doubt.
my inner me. That is the issue. When you go within, you'll find the salvation and stop pointing outwards about the oppressor and who oppressed the world, who's been oppressing the entire world, who's oppressing us right now.
So,
Who
Joanna,
is that?
do you think, is there an enemy without? We agree that there definitely is an enemy within. Is there an enemy without as well?
I would dare say if I were to go into certain realms, certain areas, I have a bias. And see, here's another thing. We think so-called Europeans are the ones who are only ones who do profiling.
I
We
didn't
all
say
profile.
No.
that. I didn't say,
We,
nobody
you
said
know,
that here.
but when we talk about racial profiling, we it's only going one way, as if we're being racially profiled, or people who look like us are being racially profiled, as if we
Is
don't
there an
racially
enemy
profile.
without?
Wait,
Yes,
Alchema.
I'm,
yes, ma'am. Yes,
there are,
ma'am.
so there's an enemy within that we agree, and there's an enemy without, we agree. And so we should ignore the enemy without. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
What I'm saying, I'm going to try to choose my words correctly. I wouldn't say ignore, but do you remember when I first spoke about what my parents had told me about when people are speaking against you or doing things against you, and how I spoke about knowing who you are and what other people are saying about you matters not. It is of no consequence. It's none of your business. Likewise, because like Arshawn said, there's good and bad in the world. You're not going to escape that.
No
We could
doubt.
all go to Africa right now and we're going to have some of those same problems. I know a lot of people don't believe that.
Should
But
we
just like
ignore
he
those
said,
problems?
what you should do is focus. What you should be doing is focusing on yourselves. We should be focusing on ourselves. Now, I noticed that in your language, you like to focus on a collective. I'm using quotes here, air quotes, on a collective. There is no collective. Focus on yourself.
So
See,
when
focus on your.
Alchema, let her land, Alchema. Let her land. Go ahead, Joanna.
Thank you, thank you. Um, I understand your passion, you know, um, but what I'm just trying to say is that, when we talk about integration and assimilation, those are powerful things that you all were talking about. And we're in this time frame reality right now. Hanifa's right. But if you look around right now, so-called Europeans aren't going around abusing us, aren't going around hitting us with billy clubs and spraying us with water hoses and hanging us from trees. The people who are abusing us are people who look like us, but we don't want to talk about that. We keep pointing the finger out. So yes, there is an enemy outside of myself, because see, I do have to recognize that there's things that I'm doing as well. But yes, there's an enemy outside of myself, and it's a person that looks like me, Alchema, and there's no escaping that. And so, and see, the thing about it, it's not a light bulb moment, as I keep reiterating. Ancient Africans did this to us already. See, and we don't talk about that. We don't talk about the source of the problem.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
see you,
We
Alchema.
just keep talking about what the white man went and done. We don't talk about what we have done.
So we
or
agree
doing.
that our ancestors were lynched and they were raped and they were enslaved. Can we at least agree to that?
Some people were, not all.
You're right. So you're saying that all that is no more. We don't have to deal with any of those kind of things, and nobody is out to harm us anymore.
Not in that manner, not in that way. Do women still have to worry about sexual violations? Yes, but mostly from people who look like us.
Okay. I can't.
Okay,
Yes,
wait,
ma'am.
Edward, I'm gonna let you go, but Joanna, I just have one question to what you said with fighting the enemy within, and then acknowledging that there's also an enemy without. Are we able to do both at the same time?
Did you ask a question? I'm sorry.
Yeah. I was asking, like, you said that there's an enemy within, right? And then you agree with Alkema that there is also an enemy without. And I was asking, if you can focus on both at both of them can you acknowledge both, that both exist and deal with them at the same time, or are you saying that, I just want clarity, are you saying that we need to first fight the enemy within before we begin to fight the enemy without?
Great question. Yes, we must deal with both, but as they arrive, as they arrive, um, in real time. See, we conjure up an enemy in our mental state, and like Arshawn stated before, how unhealthy that is to carry around this image in our mental state into our daily lives. If I come across a situation that is harmful for me, I deal with that right then. But I don't need to carry that around as if, the world is against me when there is three dudes standing on the corner right now and I'm trying to walk by, you know, and and here's my profiling coming on because they've done something to some people the night before and I have to walk by them to get home. Now I need to profile and I need to understand that this person may be violent, that this person may do violence to me. I'm not concerned about walking down the street from the so-called European, and that's just being honest. I'm worried about the person who looks like me, who might drag me off in the alley into a trap house somewhere.
Can I say something, please?
Okay, so wait, I'll come out if it's brief, okay? Just
Okay,
briefly, because I want Edward also was before you, but go
yeah.
ahead.
And
I
I
got
think
to wrap up, guys. I ain't trying to keep y'all here for 4 hours. Go
so.
ahead.
This is why I say, Hanifa, that the understanding is lacking, because my sister continues to go back to the street thugs, for lack of better words, and without understanding the larger picture at play, the system of genocide and annihilation and what's actually transpired, despite that so many of us are dying every day, every hour from it. But I don't think she understands it to that large scale. And so we'll always be here butting heads, because I will go back. That's why the information, gaining the knowledge, study it, research is so imperative. And I heard my brother Rashawn, he said that's too slow. That's too, that's analog. But we gotta get it, because if we don't get it, we won't understand that there is a war against us and we are being attacked and we are dying from the things that we don't understand. Our people are being destroyed because of our lack of knowledge. And this is a good example of that.
Alkema, do you understand that if you Google the Department of Justice stats right now, as I did this afternoon because I was preparing for this conversation, and you look up 2022 stats of comparison of how many Black people were killed by police compared to how many white people,
yeah,
and look at those numbers.
Yes,
you look at those. You look at those numbers, and they're very profound. And then you go and look at in 2022 how many Blacks were killed by other Blacks, and you look at those numbers, and those numbers are very profound. But you're here as if, and stating as if I am without knowledge, as if I don't have an understanding of the overall picture. I do see very clearly who is doing what to whom. Okay, I see it very clearly.
Yes, I disagree. I don't think you do, because I we can go in and who's how many of us are dying from heart disease and AIDS and cancer and medical malpractice and prison industrial system.
Those aren't.
But I'm saying, when you keep going back to the guys on the street, but this thing is humongous, And I don't think I don't think you're grasping the whole concept of the system and how so many of us are being destroyed and who is behind this diabolical plot of destruction. I don't think you clearly understand that, because if you did, I don't think you would talk in the manner that you do. But I'm not going to say anything more, Hanifa, I promise. But I do want to end with Joanna, with you and I just saying that I respect you. I appreciate your voice in the conversation, because it's so important. It's so important that, because you're not alone in the way you see the world. You're not alone. There's a lot of us who feel the same way you do, and as you're right. But I think that more of these conversations should be had, because we really don't have a proper understanding of what we're up against.
And I will just say, this great conversation, Hanifa, I'm going to let you go. And she is right. We need to have more of these conversations. There needs to be a part 2, because there was so much that I needed to say, but I didn't want to hog the conversation. But I respect you too, Alkema, and Brother Edward, Arshawn, Hanifa, and everyone in the chat. And thank you so much for hearing me out. I know it was hard. I know it kind of rubbed some areas a little rough, but it's gonna be all right. And I have faith in that.
Joanna, before you go, because I want to close out, but I want to say, I'm just going to give a little quote that I appreciate. And guess what? I don't necessarily think it came from a Black person, but I like it. I think it goes to this. It says, a society grows great when old men plant trees in whose shade they know they shall never sit. And so, bearing that in mind, I don't even want to ask you guys for solution. I want to ask you guys, knowing that you're probably not.
You skipped over me. Alkema took my turn. You never came back to me.
Yes. Oh my apologies. Because Joanna is getting. Joanna, do you have about 5 more minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, Edward. Thank you.
Yeah, because I wanted to address my sister. I got to address the sister before she get off. Yeah, I wanted to say, like, because she put. She feel like I gave the brother a pass. The brother position was more so a human thing. So I took it as, like, he looking at our experience as a human experience, right? So that's why I took it that way. You, when you took the position, I'm an American, like, you might not even realize on a subconscious level, every time you mention Black since 6 o'clock, it's been negative. Every time it's a Black person, they're a crackhead. Every time it's a white person, they're a lawyer, a doctor, a CEO. Every time it's a Black person, they're a crackhead, about to bust you in the head. And I'm like, do you realize that your view of Blackness is so like it's almost like self-hatred? Like, everything you said, I was taking points as you was making your points. You got a negative view of Black people, like when you talk about slavery, when you talk about Africa, they're the ones who sold you. we can't even go back to Africa, to the kings and queens, because they ain't nothing. They ain't nothing. So when you look back to them, and then you promote this individualistic view, because if you into this Blackness, and it's like you ain't saying it, but you're stupid if you believe in that. But in the same logic, by the same token, you an American. That's collective. That's a collective. An American, because that's a collective. We the people. That's a collective. So, but that's white, and your logic work with is white though. So I just wanted to point that out, right? So that's real deep to me. I was taking down some points when we were talking about the enemy without. You acknowledge, so we the enemy within and the enemy without. We can't win with that. We the enemy within, and the enemy within is me, because I'm on drugs. I ain't trying to better myself. I don't read no books. I don't believe in upward mobility, so I'm my own enemy. Then we also the enemy. The enemy without is also us, because my uncle a crackhead. He gonna try to touch my little niece, and like all of our examples dealing with you. I don't think you realize all of them. If I listened to you and believed in you, I would walk away saying black people ain't nothing. And the last point, when you talk about the enemy without, last week in Washington, D.C., they had some white officers who were taking young people. They're under investigation right now. You can Google this when we get off. The DC MPD, they're under investigation right now by Chief Conti because they got officers who were taking young people, taking their guns from them, not charging them, and letting them go. White officers who don't care about us killing each other, who don't care about stopping the violence. And these, and if you look at, as an American, you have to say the white police are the enemy. You would have to say, as an American, that the FBI, with tax dollars, set up the counterintelligence program under J. Edgar Hoover to spy on black organizations, disrupted the Black Panther Party. Where would we be if they hadn't killed off the Panthers? They infiltrated the Nation of Islam and broke Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad away from each other. Where would we be had they stayed together? They infiltrated all of these groups and black people that were working to help us, to working us to get us off of drugs, to make us more productive. The Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, he came with a program, repatriation. They deported him. Like everything and these ain't no Ku Klux Klanners. These ain't no the skinheads or no neo-Nazis. That's the government, the federal government of the United States, who your tax dollars go to. Your tax, and because of those histories and those experiences and those stressors, how many black people are on drugs and disillusioned and messed up right now because they believed in the movement in the 60s? I'm done.
I will say, Joanna, can you hear me? I think she's frozen. Yeah, I think she's frozen. I actually will. She may be able to still hear us though. But Joanna, you're frozen if you don't know, sis. I was actually going to say that. I was going to say, Joanna, I'm just going to have to be honest. In listening to you throughout the conversation, it makes me feel like you feel so strongly about race as a social construct and not adapting it because of how you feel about the body that you exist in. Like, oh, the people that look like you, which is what Edward just spoke to. So I'm like, I think you are adopting that. In listening to you throughout the conversation, I almost feel like this is why it's so important for you to take on that ideology because of how you feel about blackness in general after listening to the conversation, because everything that has been referred to as far as blackness for you to show an example has been all negative. So for me, like Ashan, I think is, he's on the, yes, it's a social construct, and this is what we need to do to not allow it to control us. But he is not, look at what these black people are doing. This is why, that's, right. It's a totally different conversation. Right. And so I was listening to Joanna, and that before you said it, Edward, I was actually going to speak to that. Like, Joanna, it sounds to me, and she may not be doing it intentionally. It may be happening on a subconscious level, right? Where it's almost just like second nature to her at this point. But it might not be intentional, but it sounds like adopting this idea of alienating yourself from blackness is an escape mechanism. That's what it sounds like to me, just because of how you speak of blackness. I could be wrong, and you can come back and correct me, but I'm going to move on because I want to close out. So based on that quote I just read, I'm going to read it again. A society grows great when old men plant trees in whose shade they know they shall never sit. And in keeping that in mind, I want to ask you guys for solutions, but it's not solutions that is going to happen today or tomorrow. I think Asha made a good point, is saying that some of the things that we are asking for to be done is going to take a long time. But I said to that, it took a very long time to get us here. And it's going to take a long time to get us out of it. And I think we have to make peace with that. We have to make peace with, maybe it's just a matter of planting seeds, right? And somebody else is going to come along and water those seeds. And then somebody else is going to provide the sunshine for those seeds. And eventually those seeds are going to grow into plants, and people are going to be able to enjoy the fruits and the shade of that tree. So the conversation we're having here right now may not be a solution. And Sean, I know you're big on solutions, things that we can control right now. And I'm very much big on that as well. So to everyone in the panel, plant a seed for me. Plant a seed for me of the future, towards the future that you wish to see. Plant a seed for me. So go ahead, Ashan.
You want me to plant a seed?
Yes, Ashan. If you were to
Oh,
plant a seed towards the
goodness.
solution, knowing that you may not be able to enjoy the fruits of that,
Golly,
what would your focus be?
that's a big task. But I am going to go with what saved my life, which is the understanding of human behavior and psychology.
Okay.
Like, that's why I harp on that. Because and just to speak, I'm gonna just tie this in to what I was when I was speaking back on what you and Brother Edward said. It wasn't that I thought y'all had like a lack of respect for me.
Oh.
It was that I believe y'all made an assumption that I don't come from where I come from, because I'm currently in the hood. I was born in the hood, raised Section 8 welfare, the whole gamut. I'm currently on probation for a felony. Like I high school dropout, GED. You know what I'm saying? I'm that guy. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry. Stop. Ashan, stop. Stop it.
What?
Stop right there. Stop.
Okay. I thought we weren't interrupting people, Hanifa.
I'm interrupting you. I'm the host. I'm interrupting you. Look, I'm abusing my authority right now. Okay.
See, absolute power corrupts absolutely.
I'm being white. I'm being white.
Yeah.
Ashan.
See,
Ashan.
I'm not surprised.
Let's back up.
okay, let's go.
Okay. You say you currently have a felony. Did I hear you right?
Absolutely.
Okay. I
It
can
would have
talk to
been
you
3
later.
if I didn't plead guilty.
Proceed, sir.
Okay.
And
All
you're,
that
wait, stop. So
Okay.
I stand corrected. You are absolutely right. We all approach each other with assumptions. Because I am going to say this to you, I would have never guessed. Because you and I have had many conversations in this space and outside of it. I would have never guessed. So I actually agree with you that making the assumptions affect how we communicate with each other. Go ahead, go forward.
Absolutely. So, like, to that aspect, like what I was trying to get to, that I now forgot. But what I really with deceit. Okay, deceit. That's what saved me. I'm sorry. The human behavior and psychology.
Okay.
What saved me, and the reason I was so willing to be in destructive and self-destructive behavior
Mhm.
was because I thought I was crazy. Because what the world was telling me, what my family would tell me, and my existence didn't match up. The cognitive dissonance.
Yes.
I couldn't understand why I had no place in the world. That drove me emotionally to things that I did not need to be involved in. Like, so my decision making was informed
Mhm.
by I'm already messed up. The world's already telling me I'm messed up. There's something
Mhm.
wrong with me. Not just because I'm a black person, because my family was black
Okay.
and they couldn't accept me. There was something wrong. Like even like what's been the intellectualizing, whatever. Like my sisters, they can't listen. They can't hear me when I try to speak or explain.
Mhm.
Nobody would listen. So eventually, it's like, okay, something must be wrong with me.
Mhm.
If everybody rejects me, something's wrong with me. And this is the problem. Like we're talking about on the macro level,
Mhm.
the white supremacy. If the world's telling me something is wrong with me, eventually I internalize that.
Mhm.
I adopt the mental and emotional states that reinforce it.
Mhm.
I engage in behaviors that model what people say about me.
Mhm.
If you tell a child they're dumb, eventually they start to believe it. I have a family member that still says I'm stupid because they heard it when they were a child and they're 50. So like this stuff sticks with you if you don't do the unpacking of the damage on every level, micro and macro.
Yeah.
Like, because you like what Joanna was talking about, the micro threats and the damage is very real in our community.
Mhm.
And the macro threats are very real outside of the community.
Okay.
You don't get to escape either one with words.
Okay.
Words aren't going to save you.
Okay.
Your skin's not going to save you. Nothing's going to save you. If your time comes, if your turn comes, it's your turn. But how you cope with it, you can learn some mechanisms to cope better in the moment that allow you to make better decisions, and you get compound better decisions. You improve your life through multiple series and successions of making better decisions, which is why the education piece works. That's why I said it's the slow grind.
Yeah.
That's generational, because you're stacking better decisions, and unfortunately you have resistance, which will be the white supremacy angle. You have resistance, which would be your own human behavior, which is already faulty. And then you have the resistance because you have a finite amount of time.
Yeah.
So you have to work against those, conquer your own mind and body as best you can, and pass on as many good habits to the next generation. It's possible. What we're seeing, everything we're talking about as far as domination, white supremacy, that didn't start yesterday.
No.
That's centuries of decision upon decision upon decision upon action. So we see what could be possible with a certain set of decision-making mechanisms and behaviors that follow. You could conquer the world. But if we are not attuned mentally to make first on the micro scale better decisions for ourselves, like as above, so below, we can never manifest the outcomes on a macro level if we can't do it on the micro level. I can't have a Black collective if I can't even have a Black family. If I can't even go like Brother Edward and talk to the young boys. How can we have a collective if I can't do it? If I'm afraid to talk to the young boys, or I refuse to listen to what they listen to have a point of entry. If I'm too high-minded, if I'm too religious, if I'm that person, I can't even speak about a Black collective. I can't speak about a community because I really don't want it. What we want a lot of times is to feel good. A lot of times, I'm not saying anybody here, a lot of times what anybody wants is to feel good about the idea. It's a romanticization. This Black, we'll go somewhere, or we'll do this thing, or we'll say this. No, everything that we're talking about requires a lifelong dedication to doing better every moment, every day, every decision. Serious, but nobody. It's the same problem when I'm in the manosphere space. It's the same thing. They talk about the marriages. They want to talk about the marriages, but what they don't understand is that relationships are work, continual, gradual, steady work and building. But nobody wants to do the labor. They just want the outcomes. And it feels good to get it off your chest a lot of times to talk about what's wrong, but nobody wants to do the work part. And nobody wants to accept that the other side might offer something useful to your, like the criticism. As I will say on Joanna's benefit, I know everybody pushed back on what she said because it was single-sided. It was one-sided. But why do we require a balanced, nuanced critique? If it's a critique, if she hates Black people, something that she's saying has some truth that we probably need to hear. Because if she really hates Black people, her critiques would be the most precise, most targeted, would catch the most of us. So we know where our weak spots and blind spots were. But instead of like just accepting, okay, this is your perspective, we want to require that she come with a balanced approach. Well, what about white people? Well, how do you have anything positive to say? That's a feeling. That's a defensive mechanism within us to want to require that of her, because it's not required for the conversation. We're making it one. So that's a form of like gatekeeping. We won't allow her, and again, she's allowed her perspective, but we don't allow it in because we're defensive. So we can't even get the full scope of everything that because we're going to have blind spots as people. Human behavior, psychology, we're going to have blind spots, something we didn't see. Everybody kind of spoke to it in a way. Everybody sees something that the other person can't because we're standing in different places. You know, the elephant, some person sees a trunk, some person sees. Allow them their full negative aspect and view of Black people. And if it's a full adoption and love of white people, praising white Jesus every day, morning, noon, and night, I guarantee you there's still something we can learn. So I'm just saying, like, just even in our conversation, we're not really trying to have a full conversation. We want the conversation we want. We want the conversation that's comfortable. A lot of times we want the conversation we like, as opposed to the one we need.
Okay, so was that your seed? Because I feel like you drop gems instead of seeds.
No, I mean, again, the human behavior and development, because that's what saved my life.
Okay.
And then the second part is to be open-minded to even the most harsh criticism of yourself. But you have to know enough about yourself to know how much criticism you can withstand. Because again, over time, it can break you down. Like that's the other part. Like it's important. Like you have to. That's what I said. White supremacy and the feedback can break you if it's consistent. So that's how you got to do the self work. But you need to hear some of the negative stuff. You need some resistance to even grow. To build strength, you need resistance. But too much can break you. So I mean, it's a balance. It's a fine line, and it's hard to. Nobody's teaching us that stuff.
So I'm gonna go ahead and say, and then I'm gonna move on to Alkema, and then I'm gonna let Edward close out, and then I'm gonna wrap this up. I'm gonna in response to what Ashan said. Ashan, usually I agree with most of what you said, but never all of what you said, because there are some things that you say that I'd be like, you had me, but you just lost me on that one, sir. And so, because I think that psychology, even the study of human behavior, even that has its limits. Because what are studies? Like, what are you learning? You're only learning as much as anyone has discovered, even including yourself. And so I'm a psychology major, and so I get it. But even with me, I have to be careful, because and Alkema knows this about me. I'm the person that tends to bring the balance oftentimes. I'm the person that's always ready to extend grace, but even in that, I got to be careful, because I could be endangering myself because I don't want to acknowledge or see things for literally what they are, like it's right in front of my face. And so I'm careful. But I agree, Ashan, you and I agree on most things. But there are some things, and I think we probably disagree most around the race piece. I think so. But I'm going to go ahead and let Alkema speak, and then Edward, and then I'm going to wrap up.
Yeah, that was some good stuff. Rashawn and kind of Hanifa kind of just tapped on. It's hard to hear, things and then, have a different perspective on them and just not speak. I think that's balance. That's the balance. I think that if, like Hanifa was saying, if we do too much of allowing people the grace to believe how they want to believe, despite that it's damaging and it's harmful, and not just for themselves, but for other people as a whole. So how much of just accepting people's beliefs do we do if it's damaging the whole, damaging the whole? And the thing about us being comfortable, I agree, but we all do that. You as well, to a certain extent. We're social creatures by nature. So of course we want to win, just like your point of view. You speak it because you want to win the argument to your side, your point of view. You know what I'm saying? You want people to understand when they hear you, understand it in the way that you understand it. So I think that, you know what I'm saying, for us to just, kind of just be like, we just all want to be comfortable. I think all of us, that's just human nature, for us to have a point of view and want other people to accept our point of view, because that makes us feel comfortable, you and me included. Solution, my plant a seed, I would just say forward ever, backwards never. I think, the thing, what we're doing right now is the planting of the seeds, that we can look from whence we came to where we are today in 2022 and have evidence that the keep pushing forward is can you imagine us in another 200 years? Look at all that we've accomplished, we're, in this short span of time on this landmass. So to the point, like what we were saying with our sister, it ain't all glam. It ain't all glam. It's a lot of, of goodness, and it's a protracted struggle. I'm even, now I have a whole different concept of that word struggle after listening to one of my babas the other day. But anyway, he says a flow, but it's a protracted flow. It's ebbs and it's flows. So here we are today. Yeah, we got some work to do, no doubt. I don't think none of us would sit here and deny that. but look at from whence we came. So I just say, just keep plugging. And I'm of mind that, it ain't all up to us. We would like to think that in our arrogant ways that, if it's to be, it's going to take all of us. But I think it's a spiritual component at play that we don't necessarily respect as much as we should, in my humble opinion. So I think, our destiny is granted. Our destiny is already granted. We just got to go through the motions to get there. So keep plugging away, forward ever, backwards never. Do the work. That don't mean we got to sit down and wait on somebody to drop from the sky to come and save us. That's not what I'm saying at all. We still got work to do, and we all hands on deck. We can't push the responsibility over to a small few and expect things to be all right and everybody else sit back and kick their feet up. No, we all got work to do. All hands on deck. So whatever your talent is, whatever your skill is, whatever motivates you, whatever your divine purpose is, let's get to work. And if we all are doing our part, then my God, there's nothing to stop us. So I see our future is beautiful, bright, and glory. I see nothing but a glorified future for us. We got to go through this bottleneck to get there. That's the ebb and the flow. But eventually, as we're not the same people who were, we're not going to be the same people we are today in the future. So the future looks bright.
Okay, so what I gathered from what Alchema is saying is keep pushing through. Use your gifts and your talents towards that. And I'm going to bring this full circle, a circle after Edward goes, because I'm telling y'all right now, everything that's being said is necessary. It's not just one solution. But go ahead, Edward.
Paul Robeson said the battlefield is everywhere. And I understand that to mean whatever you can do to help our community, to help our people, whatever your strong points are, do that. There are some people that think that, one thing that we as Black folk try to do is one-up each other. We mastered the art of one-upping each other, right? So one point don't have to invalidate the other point. If you think that our struggle is an economic struggle and that we need to focus on economic, then do that.
Yeah.
If you think that we need to be educated and we need more Black historians and educators, then carry your behind to school and learn the curriculum and do that part. If you think that we need more militants and revolutionaries, we need some guns to combat police brutality, then go do that. One don't invalidate the other.
Yeah.
In fact, all of them is in a divine sense, because it's working to uplift all of us as a group. So, like me as a student of history, I don't agree with the philosophy of nonviolence of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., but I am a direct beneficiary of the civil rights movement.
Very true.
So one don't invalidate the other, if that make any sense. So I think that each one of us should get in where we fit in and do what we can to help our community. Like me, I work in the community. I work among young people daily. So I'm kind of passionate about our people because I identify with young people. Like I told you, I got charged as an adult, and I did 18 years in prison. So when I was isolated mentally, outside of reading books and learning and developing academically, socially, I was still 17. So when I came home from prison at 35 years old, my social skills are still that of a 17-year-old. So I identify with young people, and so because they are our future, and violence is running rampant in our community throughout Black America, I believe that our focus should be on young people. Like that's what my focus is. And the reason why that's my focus is because I believe that my creator used my life existence, right, to put me in a situation where I could relate to them, talk to them, and kind of say it in a way where they get it. Because, like, they see because if you're not part of the solution,
Yeah.
you're part of the problem.
Yeah.
And nothing is cool about harming your own people. Nothing is cool about destroying our community. And so, and lastly, I think that I have a moral responsibility working in the vineyard of the Lord, because I was one of the ones that helped tear down the community. Like, without divulging too much of my whatever you can think of, the worst little youngin', you scared of him, and I don't know, that was me. And so I know that if I can change, we can change. And so,
You know what's interesting? Each one of us spoke to something that we bring to the table, which you were saying you have a responsibility, because now you have a responsibility to the same community that you were tearing down. Ashan spoke to how studying human behavior saved his life. And that's why that is the tool that he's pushing, right? So everyone has their thing
right.
that they bring to the table and their reason why, because they have their own experiences, and those things have helped them, right? And so I'm gonna close this with saying this.
Arshawn, bro, I'm not surprised. Like I'm not surprised by that. Like, our people, the black man, nothing the black man does surprise me. Like, you being smart, intelligent, come from the hood, and that don't surprise me. I know our people is number one.
Edward, are you finished? Can I
Yes.
speak? Okay. So I want to wrap this up by saying this. I think that, and this exists already, and I had to learn this. When you look at the okay, I'm going to use the word so-called black here, okay? Since we were
Right.
talking about race as a social construct. When you look at the black collective, there are different components to it. I had a conversation in my life the other day, because in this space, there's a lot of black people that make a mockery of the conscious community, right? They say those hotep blackity black folks, right? But it's in a mocking way. And I was saying that the funny thing is that a lot of the education of self, of history and stuff, is coming out of that community. So when we talk about our children needing to know their history, you can't shun that part of the collective because you have your own personal feelings about them. I think that it's all necessary. So even in the collective, we have what we consider the people who focus mainly on metaphysics. That's where you have your Dr. Phil Valentine, right? Bobby Hermit, like all of these black people, they still had a place, and what they were teaching was necessary. So I think that we end up divided and not in this conversation, because I think we did a good job, but I think in a lot of the conversations we get divided because we think we enter them with the mindset of my way, my solution is the only one.
Yep.
And we're not open to the understanding and the idea that it's probably going to take all of what we listed and more. So, like Edward said, if finance is your thing and you were able to change your life through finance and you have financial literacy, then teach that. Then come from that approach, right? If it's another thing, spirituality, right? And that's what has helped you mentally, whatever, then take that approach. The issue is we think that the solution is just one thing, and yet the problem is multi-layered. And I think that's where we go wrong. For me, I hear everyone. When Ashan comes in and Ashan say, I'm talking about studying human behavior and understanding ourselves. The study of human behavior is a part of know thyself. When we talk about know thyself, we have to go beyond just history. How does your body biologically function? How does your mind operate? You understand what I'm saying? What's the connection of all of this is a part of knowing yourself. Knowing yourself is not just history. A part of it is studying human behavior as well. So that's where the piece that Ashan is bringing is important. Alkama, I love the fact, and she's about to leave to Tanzania again, y'all, on Thursday. I like the fact that she brings that perspective of you guys have to broaden your awareness, travel, get around other people, see how they operate, other Black people who are not obsessed with race. What does that look like? Okay, get what works for them. Okay, so travel is another way to expand consciousness anyway. I use the example of my son all the time. The first time that he saw the portrayal of a part of Africa on TV where there were people living in shanties and everything like that. My son, who was about 7 at the time, who had already traveled to Africa about 3 times at this point, looked at me and say, well, which part of Africa is that? That's because his consciousness just from travel with his father is expanded. He is not, he cannot be compared to a Black child in America who has never traveled or read. You can't compare my son to that because he has the experience, which has expanded his consciousness, his awareness. So at 7, he looks and says, that is not the full truth. Where in Africa is this? Now, do those parts of Africa exist? Yes, but that's not the part that he have been exposed to, right? So travel is actually another way to educate Alkama. Just traveling alone, Alkama, is a form of education. If no one in those countries ever open up their mouth to you, Alkama, and teach you anything, you have still learned just from traveling. And then we go to Edward, the blackety black. Okay? Power to the people. Okay? Power to the people. That is important too. I think it's all necessary. All necessary. The history piece, the ancestral piece, Edward, all of that is necessary. So I think we got to be careful of discarding one in favor. And that's the key, because Ashan spoke a lot to feelings. The red, the black, and the green. Yes, ma'am. But in favor of another. We have the thing that we favor, right? That the thing that makes us, like Ashan said, feel good. So that's what we latch on to. And then we latch on to that and we dismiss, right, all other possible solutions because this one works best for my identity and how I feel about it. And we got to be careful with that. And so that's why I wanted to have this diverse panel, because I think in having these conversations, and not just diverse, but I pick people that I know are going to be respectful. That's important in these dialogues as well, where we're not entering them just to fight and just to fight with words and debate, but we're actually allowing the conversation to evolve and we're actually trying to build. And that's really what I try to have my space be like. I have my strong views that I'm passionate about. I think that Black people have a lot of work to do. I think that there's a lot of unpacking of trauma, whether direct or indirect trauma, that we're dealing with, that we have to be honest about. I think we have to talk about, yes, we could talk about what Black men need to do and Black fathers, but I also think we need to talk about Black mothers and what Black mothers need to be doing. I think we could talk about toxic men in the community and fathers, as well as toxic mothers in the community. I think that it is all necessary. But when we talk about it, we have to talk about it with dignity, respect, and honor, so that those who are listening, they leave with something. And they say, okay, then I come back, I'm going to bring this to the conversation, or I want to have a part of the panel because I want to contribute this. I'm not doing a part 2, just so y'all know it ain't happening. These conversations wear me the hell out, okay? I'm about to go downstairs to my husband and collapse in his arms because I really need to re-energize, okay? But I want to thank you guys for coming on the panel. I know Edward, Alkama, even Ashan, I know if I ever need you guys and you guys are available, you guys try to be there. So I respect that. I respect everyone's perspective and everyone's input and contribution to the conversation. I enjoy everyone to the chat. I actually want to salute the chat because you guys were going in on us. No one was safe in the chat. No one. And so I appreciate that. But that's our people. And I know y'all might not like me saying our, but that's our people. That's what we do. Okay. And so I appreciate the chat tonight. I appreciate that you guys kept it respectful. You honored my wishes and not came too hard after my panelists. And I just want to say, hopefully you guys take away something. And I want you guys to enjoy the rest of your evening. Peace and blessings to everyone on this panel. And peace and blessings to everyone in the chat. Until next time, which is Friday at 5 p.m. Have a nice evening.
Peace and love, family.
Bye.
Peace, peace.